What's up, everybody?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, we're
All
on.
right.
We're live.
Is it live?
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yes.
So, how's y'all's post-Christmas week?
That's
Man,
good.
this week went by fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
fast.
one more week before going back to work. It better go slow.
Lucky.
Man,
Going back
I had the week off, supposedly, and then I just say, okay, I'm going to be on call. And then I worked like 3 out of 4 days.
That
Damn.
sucks.
It's awesome.
But you get, but it on when you're on call, it's the accident stuff that has happened to people during the holidays, right?
Yeah, and now it's going to get worse next week, for sure.
Yeah. Happy
Final
Fun
Friday.
Friday. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Final
the
Friday.
fun thing is on Sunday it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, right?
What?
No, I fucked it up. Never mind.
Hey, Angelo.
Yeah,
1, 2,
12, 31,
1, 2,
23.
3, 1.
1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Hey,
Hey,
Maybe-
Angelo.
when at your New Year's Eve party, you could tell everyone that, and they'll think you're cool.
Yeah, it's true. Well, it won't happen again for
That's what
another
I'm talking about.
100 years, man.
You know, the thing that rings in my head is when my grandfather called me for my birthday when I was 11.
Yeah.
He goes, "This is the only time you'll be 1-1."
It's true. That's true. That is very true. Wise man.
Yes, and I said, "Okay."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I basically had the same disposition when I was 11 as I have now.
I can
Man.
believe that.
For the good or the bad, I still remember 8888.
Mm.
That day.
Did you write dirty sayings with your calculator upside down, Felipe?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you, Angelo.
But what else can I say? 1, 2, 3.
No, Angelo, it's Jazz Bum. Come on.
No, I think 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 is too long.
That's right.
His password is password. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brandon, welcome.
Brandon.
Hello.
So see, he got the right password, so he came in.
Yes,
Exactly.
it's the same as my suitcase. 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Those suitcase locks are so stupid.
Yeah.
Well,
I know.
I mean, whatever.
If someone
happened-
really wants to get in your suitcase, plus
Yeah.
half the time your suitcase breaks open.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But for 9/11, everything that changed, you can't do that anymore. Was there a
Yeah.
time they let you started doing it again?
Oh,
Maybe it's 3, 2, 1.
I don't know. What is this copyright infringement? I don't know anything about this.
And the rumors.
oh yeah,
rumors are going
I was
wild.
copyrighted, and now I'm
Yeah.
infringed.
We did have a copyright infringement claim on the stream last week because of the Christmas music we played at the beginning of
Oh,
the stream.
yes.
Seconds.
Yeah. So if you go back and watch it, there's no music during those segments. And then it also cut. I did cut a piece out, but in addition to that, it cut out a great section of last week's stream that I was pretty upset about. It's basically the two things I remember is one, Rachel breaks down how to show a jazz record on the Jazz Bum stream. So that
Mhm.
got cut, which sucked.
Why did she play a record?
I don't really
No.
understand. I don't know
So-
why it cut it.
I think there's a silver lining to everything, and it comes to a great purpose. So please never play Christmas songs again. That's it. Great. Amazing. I'm happy with
I
that.
think this.
My
And then
my
the other
favorite
thing
part
We'll
is
just sing them.
my favorite part is when Brandon was telling us songs that weren't Christmas songs, but he plays them during Christmas.
Yeah, that's true.
That's I
Yeah, one
said
thing
I
is-
was going to play my Christmas music, not that.
Yeah, but
Christmas
you acted like
music.
it was like some big deal in the chat before the stream. Like, hey, I'm going to bring my Christmas records. It's okay to show Christmas records. And then you didn't show any fucking
No, I
Christmas.
didn't say is it okay to. I said I was going to bring my Christmas.
Right,
Well,
right.
I think
Yeah,
if our
ultimately,
record was
Brandon did show a few
released
Christmas
around Christmas time, that qualifies too. It doesn't have to be Christmas music.
Yeah,
True.
that's fair.
Well,
I'm
it's
gonna
just
bring
I
my-
don't like Christmas music that much, so I'd rather play this.
I think it sucks ass.
I'm gonna bring my Christmas
That
music.
Duke Ellington Tchaikovsky Nutcracker Suite, that is a good record. There are a couple of good jazz records that aren't terrible listens.
No,
I
that
agree
you would
with
play
Felipe.
them.
The pop stuff sucks.
Yeah.
You would play them outside of Christmas.
There's
Plus,
records
yeah,
that,
if
like-
Christmas records are any good, people listen to them all over the year, not only Christmas.
well,
Yeah.
there's records that kind of
I
get
disagree with
played
that.
at my house at Christmas that were played when I was a kid that aren't really Christmas records, but they become Christmas records because I always think of them as Christmas records. Like Vince Guaraldi's Black Orpheus is a Christmas record to me because it gets played at Christmas. So you
That's
know,
fair.
and it's better than Silver Bells.
Is it though?
It is.
Yeah, but is Black Orpheus better than the Peanuts Christmas album?
Peanuts Christmas album's great. I play that every year.
I mean, it doesn't sound dissimilar.
True.
Yeah, it's still it's Vince Guaraldi and a small band.
Yeah, I actually prefer the original one, which is not Americanized version, by the original guys that made it is much better.
I know.
Wait,
Wait,
I
I
get
don't
it.
know. Oh,
Like,
The
What
one
was
that
that? Was
played
that
at
the
the
one?
Manger?
What
you
was that
gotta,
released
you know,
on? What was
I
that
wouldn't say
released?
Vince of like the guys that appropriated music. Vince Guaraldi isn't like an evil man, you know.
No. I have the original soundtrack to that, and it is good.
Hey, listen, Loki. All three of them were visited by three ghosts last Sunday night.
Yeah,
They have different attitudes.
Bill Evans, ghost of Bill Evans, the ghost of Miles Davis, and the ghost of Buddy Rich.
Now, what would be
Yeah.
good is if they were visited by the ghost of, like, let's say Clifford Brown after the accident, like he's still in that state.
Or Lee Morgan, and he's got like a hole in his head.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah.
I think Art Blakey would have to be one of the ghosts.
Why? Because he'd
I
be
just-
banging on the.
I just feel like because
You
of
can't choose
his position as like talent scout, I feel like you got to get him in there.
Oh, because he's then Duke Ellington too, right?
Okay,
The
so
first-
Ellington,
the first-
Blakey, who else?
And then
Dave?
like
Miles
who would
Davis?
be the modern group?
The
Maybe
first
like
rule
Gerald
of
Nielsen or
Christmas
something.
Carol ghost visiting is you can't choose your ghost.
Right.
Your ghost is assigned pre.
So it's gonna be Kenny G and like
Well, Kenny G's not dead, fortunately for you, Chris.
well, he's my Joseph Marley.
And then Felipe wakes up in the morning and he loves Christmas albums.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
I have a statement though about this whole Christmas thing, real quick to wrap this up. Mike's just trying to be cool because he has all those fucking Christmas records. He listens to all of them and he loves them just like I do. So don't be
You got to justify it. Yeah.
I have like 20 other records and I listen to them.
Well, I also was kind of like disappointed to find out that Rob thinks that The Grinch is not a movie. That it's
Oh,
No, I never said that.
you
Yeah, you
said,
did.
no, you said The Grinch was
No,
like
The
it was too
Grinch-
he
short.
said the cartoon
Uh,
one.
Well, wait, the cartoon half-hour special literally is not a movie.
That's
There's
true.
a Grinch live-action movie, and then there's a Grinch CGI animated movie.
No, the
Those are
cartoon.
movies.
I mean the cartoon.
The
What about the
cartoon-
Rudolph ones that are like an hour long? Is that a
That's,
movie?
that's
No.
closer to-
See,
The claymation. What happened?
listen, my plan has worked. The bums are gone. You're welcome, everybody. Who kicked everyone out?
I
no,
wanted you guys
no,
to debate it.
yeah.
I thought that
Now
was
the three ghosts are back now.
Oh, I see. They were
And
putting
that's-
this head to head.
Actually,
was
technically, Brandon, the Grinch is only 20 minutes long, 10 minutes for commercials.
Sure.
Speaking
So
of
it's
Grinch,
not
look at this
theat-
comment.
Technically, if you want
I
to
know,
know,
but it's
the
you're ripping it.
MPAA
in
determined
my child brain, it's a movie.
the
Yes, please,
theatrical
yes.
runtime of a movie, the shortest it could be 76 minutes.
Yeah.
that
What?
seems made up.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
what
hold
about
on.
all those
26
French?
minutes?
What about all
I
those
had-
French new wave movies that are like super short?
No, I'll tell you this because to be so one of those horrible spoof movies, the white guys who
Hey,
kept
Bill.
making those bad spoof movies, we tested it and it was 63 minutes long, and they kept saying to themselves, we can't release this theatrically unless it's 76 minutes long.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's what. Have you guys ever watched? What is it? Dark Places, the British comedy.
No.
Sitcom? Or half
It's
hour?
got like Richard Ayoade and Holcomb and like it. No, it's like a mini series, but it's supposed to be like it's like this pseudo 80s TV show that's like really bad 80s TV show. But then they said whenever we couldn't come up with enough writing, we just do a lot of slow motion. So when there was like when the episode was too short, they just add a bunch of slow motion because that would add like all this time into it.
That makes sense. Dark Places.
Dark Places. It's a
colonoscopy
really
movie.
good. It's hilarious.
I mean, I've done movies which were over 2.5 hours long, and it wasn't working. They edited it down to 86 minutes, and it was just as bad.
Mm-hmm.
The average time of best 2023 albums video is 76 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe Mazzi's.
Yeah, I just find interesting that a lot of videos and articles, they were like the best recordings of the year, and they were like reissues.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Rob. Happy New Year, Mazzy.
Not the New Year yet.
Close.
We haven't made it yet.
Stop trying to make me lose these next 2.5 days, Mazzy.
Mazzy, do you have any other videos coming out for best ofs?
I just finished recording, but I have to edit.
The best 8 tracks. The best 8 tracks of the year.
My top 10 wankers of 2023. Wankers in music.
Okay.
Wankers in music.
It feels like you've made 85 wanker videos this year.
If you don't watch my videos, which is fine. People in the vinyl community don't watch other people's video. That's fine. But I said at the beginning of the month, every week I'm putting out a wanker. A ranking, a top
wanking.
10 video. I did a jazz. I did a reissue. I did a box set. I did a covers today, cover art. And
which came in number 1 for cover art? Which one was your favorite for cover art?
Well, I didn't. I said I didn't rank them, but I did say my number 1 was the box set, the Intrigue box set that Stephen Wilson put together of the 80s progressive music. It's a box.
Wasn't there like a jazz record that
what would 80s progressive be, like King Crimson in the 80s or
no? Actually, it's
Did anybody get that like hand painted jazz record that came out this year? It was like
you guys been doing that for many years.
Did
anybody get that one?
It has people like Wire and Magazine, XTC, The Stranglers, Ultravox, Gang of Four, Joy Division, Robert Fripp, Echo, New Order.
That's like alternative and new wave bands, not progressive.
If you read the whole concept, it talks about the whole concept of progressive music, not prog. It's progressive, and these are kind of bands. Cocteau Twins, they were in that new wave thing, but they were progressive bands and songs that weren't just the MTV 80s UK stuff. I get your concept, but that's why.
No, I mean it was prog rock. All that I listened. That's all the stuff I listened to. So
I'm sure.
But it was on the radio in like Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it was
It wasn't like it wasn't on the radio.
Absolutely, it was KUSF College Radio in San Francisco and
KCRW in Los Angeles.
Exactly. But I think he's your age, and he's or some of your guys' age. He's probably 50-ish, late 40s, 50, early 50. So this is music he grew up with to get him where he is now in the prog stuff. Not just everyone thinks all prog is King Crimson and Yes and Caravan and all that British prog.
Well, that's
stuff.
progressive rock, but I would say that I would never call that progressive music.
Well,
he comes up with a theory.
He says progressive sounds in UK alternative music, 1979 and 1989.
Okay. That makes sense.
It's one man's opinion, and that's
it's just 1 year.
No, it's 10 years. It's a decade.
You said 1979 to 1980.
89. I'm sorry.
Oh, 1979.
89. It's 7 LPs with a book with all these great photographs. This is my favorite cover art package of the year.
Well, 480 Records was like the biggest influence on my childhood.
Yeah, Von Oliver and his covers.
Yeah, so I got into photography was because of Von
Oliver stuff, and I forgot the guy that shot a lot of that stuff for Von Oliver.
Yeah, of course, and Blue Note too, and the Francis Wolff stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And, I don't know if you got this book, Mazzy or Brandon. So Will Surgeon from Echo and the Bunnymen, he wrote a really nice autobiography, and it talks about all the scene, how he got into music, how he interacted with other bands.
Who is it?
Ian McCullough?
Will Surgeon from the Echo and Bunnymen, the guitar player.
I haven't seen it.
It's a terrific book, and explains this whole scene, how everybody, interacted, the bands formed. It's amazing. It's really good.
I
Also, I understand a lot of that.
I watched this really cool interview with Ian McCullough, and he talks about how he basically I don't know if you've ever played Space Oddity on guitar as C to E minor. So he just said, I'm going to take the greatest song, and it starts off with E minor and C. He just flipped it, E minor to C, and that's how he came up with The Killing Moon, was like him just flipping. He said, I'm just going to take the greatest song I know, and I'm just going to do the chords backwards, and that's how I'm going to start writing it.
Wow.
And that's how he wrote The Killing Moon, was just flipping Space Oddity backwards, the beginning of Space Oddity, and flipping it.
I love
was
that. I have
brilliant.
that 12-inch long version of that, which is so good. That British
It's a good song.
thing.
It's
a
really
great song. It's a great record. I mean,
But isn't that cool that he took Space Oddity and just
I didn't
flipped
know
it?
that.
I just learned it the other day. I didn't think, you don't think about stuff like that.
Yeah, he was a huge Bowie fan.
Well, that's
He
like
was a fan of Roy.
what's the song? Is it Because? Not Because. One of the on Abbey Road, Lennon basically took Moonlight Sonata that Yoko was playing on piano and did it backwards, and that's what Here Comes the Sun King or Because. One of those two. One of those two.
Well, the stuff you're talking is so interesting to the peanut gallery. They're still stuck on wank.
They're on the wanking.
They're discussing what is an acceptable term.
So yes, Rob, I've done a month full of lists. Okay.
All right, hold on. Just to jump in, this when I thought of favorite jazz cover, this one definitely stuck out. This was a really striking cover.
What is that? I don't know.
This is James Brandon Lewis trio Eye of I.
Yeah, I need to get that.
And it came out this year. This was a Notes and Tones recommendation, and it's a cool record. And anyway, just the cover stood out. And I also like the Kendrick Scott record cover with the lights.
Yeah.
Are we best record covers of 2023?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Mahalia cover is actually better than that one.
The Nexus cover is like 10 times better, to be honest.
Then this is good.
Have you seen it, the Nexus cover?
Well, I'm just saying, this is 10 times better. Come on.
He's gonna pick it up. The Nexus is like a quadrifold. You just open. It's just amazing.
And that Circling Sun record had a cool cover too.
These arrived an hour ago.
Oh, very nice.
They sound really good, Mazzy.
Where did you get them from, Mazzy?
From from Paris.
Yeah.
Oh, you got someone just lent me that Heath Brothers.
Yeah, they just arrived.
Wait, that Heath Brothers I thought was just put out for the first time.
I got them like in 2 days.
Yeah, it was just lent to me.
Oh, okay.
Today.
I didn't pay extra, but 2 days FedEx they arrived.
Yeah,
I'm
waiting. I got mine from the Ingrid.
Hang on, Mike. I'll get you up. There we go. Let's see that Mahalia record.
Oh, that's a beautiful cover too. Yeah.
That is the best cover.
And it looks like reminiscent of 70s covers.
What is that
Really
comp?
cool.
Is that a comp? What is that?
No,
It's James Brandon Lewis,
from Mahalia.
the Red Lily Quintet.
That is a great cover. Yeah,
That is a great cover. Did that come out this year though?
Yeah,
It came out in October. Came out after
I've never seen that. Wow.
Yeah, I
It's
got
cool.
a copy.
It reminds me
too.
of
The
an
record's
Alice
amazing.
Coltrane cover, like style.
But
It almost looks 3D. It's great. Can I see the back? Can we see the back?
it just has
But I want to see the type. Okay, I need to check that out. Is it really
the guy,
good?
it's
Oh
all,
yeah, this record is terrific. Is it?
yeah.
Is it
But,
sold out, Mike? No, right?
Huh?
It's not sold out, right? It's not limited.
No.
I bought it today.
Where did you get it from?
Well, I'm
Bandcamp?
waiting for a friend to show up to the stream if he can. But I went and did a record
A
digging.
friend?
With Louis.
A
Yeah.
friend
To the stream.
friend.
Yeah.
No, Louis and me went to a record
Yeah,
store in
yeah,
Denton
man.
called I forget what it's called.
Louis?
Yeah, Louis. Yeah,
Not Louis.
Louis. Yeah.
Louis.
There he is. He's
Hi, Mike. I haven't seen you in a while. Nice to see you. Cheers.
Hey, cheers.
You know, I've had all these like stemless glasses. My food photographer used to give me really nice glasses every Christmas, wine glasses, and I break them every time throughout the year because I'd hit them when I'm hand washing them on the faucet.
Yeah.
So the guy Joey Callio, you know that guy in the band, he came over about a month ago and brought me 8 wine glasses. He goes,
Wow.
He's a wine guy, and he goes,
Oh.
"You need some fucking wine glasses, man."
Oh, that's cool. That's really nice.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, and you can get really inexpensive wine glasses because because the company that Rito that makes
Right.
all the high end wine glasses, they have subsidiaries
Right.
that
And
are
they have
cheaper than their top of the line stuff.
Well,
That's
my
what I buy
food
all the
photographer used to give me like 8 Riedel glasses every
Mhm.
Christmas as a gift,
Yeah.
and then by the next year I'd break them because you would hand wash them and you just tap by mistake the faucet and they crack.
Yeah.
So,
They
You
don't
know,
like.
when did this jazz stream talking turn into
it's wine and jazz
from
conversation.
Eloise Mazzy?
Wine and jazz conversation.
Okay.
Who's jazz going?
At least I called Mike by his true name. So.
Here's the Nexus one.
Oh, that's a good cover.
Here's the Nexus cover.
You got me,
But
Chris?
you got to fold it out. You got to.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well,
Hang on. There we go. Mike's got it.
Listen, Nicole, everyone's old enough to remember Louie Louie. We all saw Animal House.
Wrong side.
Wrong side, bro. There we go. Oh, that wins.
Wow.
That's pretty sweet.
What is this record?
Nexus is an Italian band. They were not recording for like 20 years or so. This is one of the best records that came out this year, for sure.
Okay, Circling Sun or that? Which one's better?
Sound wise, this one has better sound quality, but music, I like the Circling Sun better.
Okay.
But a very tiny margin. I love both equally.
It's not jazz, but I thought Depeche Mode's Memento Mori was awesome, and it was reminiscent of like the old 4AD stuff from.
Oh, for sure.
That's like a Rorschach test. It looks like.
It's really cool. Well, it's wings and flowers.
It's your
I
death.
like
I see your body underneath a
That
bunch of
looks like
wine.
a tooth with a cavity.
What?
The cavity.
Oh,
What?
you see
Cavity?
teeth? Oh, I see the teeth too, but
You know,
I see feet there.
Cindy, I know about estate sales, but I'm not going to get robbed to go through and crawl through things from some musty glasses to ship to me because I ain't going. Sorry.
What's up, Louie?
After you go through all the gospel records and other trash, you can just get their wine glasses.
Oh, it is. Louis is here.
I'm here
Louis,
for the wine
Louis.
glasses.
Hey, Louis.
Who did you think he was talking about?
I didn't see you. I mean, I just.
There's not a lot of us.
Hi,
Yes,
Louis.
we had a good afternoon. We went record shopping, went and had some hamburgers and fries and shit. It was good. Good time.
Did you like drop something off the table and you both bend down together at the same time?
Yeah, our heads bonked. It was really funny. It's quite the moment. You want to see what I bought?
Yeah, let's do it.
No, I'd rather hear more about your little lunch date.
oh, and
Good date.
the Harry's Music Room, the Essex Marantz. I have two of them.
Okay. Yeah.
This is where we went. Recycled books and records. So they give us these little bags if you spend $100 or something.
Are the bags recycled too?
What city is it in?
It's Texas, Brandon. Not going to recycle.
Denton, Texas.
They don't
It's
recycle, do
close
they?
to the- well, Denton's very liberal. I mean, it's a college town, so
Denton?
Denton. Yeah.
yeah. Let me get this shit together here.
It's where the University of North Texas is.
Yeah, how far of a drive is that for you, Chris?
30 minutes.
Oh, really?
30 minutes.
Really?
Is this the shop here?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
cool.
shop. Really cool shop. It's like a
These are
huge
places outside your house, Mike. They're coming to get you.
Well, anyway, I'll show a couple things. That looks pretty dope. Is it just one floor?
together. No, it's 2 floors. Go ahead, Louis. Tell us about it.
No, it's really good for. It appears to be really good for jazz, and that's pretty much it. It was okay for everything else.
What does it smell like?
Old books.
Old books.
So yeah, it's like a bookstore. They got CDs, DVDs, and then records. They had a really pretty strong jazz section.
Cool.
Well, now you told everyone they won't have a good jazz section anymore.
Well, there's like 3 people in Texas that watch this stream, so I'm not worried about it.
2 of them are on this.
Two of them are here, so yeah. All right, so let's see here. So I got a mix of used and new stuff. This one's cool. This is a Gato, In Search of the Mystery on ESP. I didn't have this one, so I don't know who's. So it's got Gato Barbieri, of course, Callo Scott on cello, Norris Jones on bass and Bobby Cap on drums. I don't really know who these people are, but it was recorded in '67. It looks like in New York City. So,
is that a reissue or that's the original cover?
I hope it's not a reissue of the record I already own. If so, this will be going in an auction soon. I didn't think about that. And then I finally got this one I've been looking for forever.
That is an awesome record.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It looks like you got it for a good price too.
$30.
Oh no, bad price.
No, 30's good.
Fine price.
Yeah, 30's good for that.
And then I picked this up.
Awesome.
Yeah, I like that record.
So I haven't heard that one yet, but that one will be cool. Somebody posted this recently, and I thought it would be interesting.
I have that.
So it's Charlie Hayden doing duets with Don Cherry Ornette, Hampton Halls, and Archie Shepp. I think I might already own this one too. So
how could you not know? Because that's affectionately known as the Billie Jean King cover.
Yeah, it kind of is. I don't know, dude. I got like 2,000 records. I can always remember what I already have. And then this one, I know you've shown like over.
I've
that's
that
a
like
good
3
one.
times.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's really good. I actually listened to that about a week ago.
Yeah.
That's on Horizon A&M, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so is this other one. So is that Charlie Hayden. And they got those weird, those weird fold-out covers that aren't quite gatefolds. I don't know what they're called, but I'll show you. It's actually kind of neat. So, maybe. So it's, I don't know what are these called, where it's like just has a flap on the front, and then the record like slides in this.
Yeah,
like a digipack or something. Is that what it's called?
No, something pack.
Unipack.
Yeah. That's it. So this is cool. It's got, like, music on the inside of it from and like that.
Billie Jean is not my mother.
Okay, calm down, Matty. That's the Horizon did all their covers like that.
Yeah, Unipack. There's only one. I think there's only 1 or 2 Blue Notes that are Unipacks, and one of them's Herbie Hancock, "Speak Like a Child."
Oh, okay.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's right, Brandon.
So Ricky Ford Muse. So I was listening to another one of his yesterday. It's got, I think, the same lineup pretty much.
Yeah,
with Kirk Letsey and James Balding, Cecil McBee. So
is that Van Gelder stamped? Because a lot of that Ricky Ford stuff has a Van Gelder stamp.
I think this one's digital, so I don't know.
You can get that. That's like, I don't know what happened this year where there was a warehouse full of sealed muses.
No, Ricky Ford stuff. It does not. It's not expensive.
No. What I was saying is there's a shitload of sealed. You can get a lot of Ricky Ford. That's Mike turned me on to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I got most of those Ricky Ford records.
I don't think this one. I can't tell. Yeah, I think it is Van Gelder. Yeah, looks like it's that. I'm blind though, so it's hard to tell.
It's got some kind of stamp.
Well, on those, it says mastered by Van Gelder.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. It said.
Yeah.
So there's that. So I was happy. I'm always get these Ricky Fords when I see them. I paid I think $10 for that one. So that's good. And then got this.
Ah, there you go.
Very nice.
There you go. Nice cover.
I remember
how much do they charge you for that, Chris? Just curious.
This was $32.
Okay.
Which seems fine.
Yeah.
And then I got this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's a good one.
I like that one. Yeah.
He has a really good one called "Oh Dear." It's a white cover.
Sweet. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And then I
haven't bought any records from that series yet, but at some point I need to dive into them.
You
should get those Wee Jazz comps first, man. Those Wild Jazz comps. What are those 2 comps? I'll show you those later. But
I need to pick that up.
I just found this in the store.
He froze. I think the Guardian put this as a #1 record of the year.
Oh, no.
Who did? The Tyshawn?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
It's
You froze
either #1 or #2
for like a
for
minute,
me.
Chris.
What's the other one? What would the other one be, Mike?
James Brandon Lewis.
The Mahalia one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love that cover.
Yeah, that cover's sweet. And then found this, which I've been wanting for a while.
Oh, cool.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Nilsson, Orsted Pedersen, and Sam Jones, double bass. Then I got this because Rob showed it and said it was good. Found this one.
Yes.
Comments on it.
Looks like Tarantino there.
He did.
Looks like Uri Geller.
Tarantino is a 5-foot Jewish man.
It looks like Uri Geller.
Jimmy Knepper's on here. Rufus Reed, Billy Hart, some other dudes. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, now I'm worried that this is just a reissue of the record I already owned. Damn it.
It is. Actually, it is. It's the same title, dummy.
So
Which one?
it-
The ESP one? Yes.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Okay, I have that
Well,
one.
it might. You know what? The ESP doesn't sound fun. Like the record. Maybe they enhanced it. You should listen to it.
Well, actually, I
Oh, well.
got an original of the ESP, and that record sounds excellent anyway.
Oh, did it?
Yes.
Because I have a copy and mine doesn't sound very good, and I wonder if it's the pressing I have.
Maybe
Mine
the one I
sounds
found was
okay.
an
From what I remember, I
original.
thought it sounded okay.
It was an original ESP, and it sounds excellent to me.
Yeah.
It sounded really good.
Yeah, I
my
don't
original, my original actually is kind of beat up. It's like VG, so maybe this will work out.
I got this from Billy at Billy's Salon.
You don't
Yeah.
think that sounds good, Mike?
No, I think it sounds good. From what I remember, I mean, yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah, that's the
it's
copy I
definitely
have, I
early
think.
pressing it.
Mine has that second label for the.
Oh no,
second-
mine has a white label. It's just all white.
Okay.
Mine says ESP
Yeah.
in
Mhm.
color.
Chris, Cindy
How
is
does
asking
the-
if they have the Tyshawn at Recycle still. Any more copies? She can't find it.
I only saw that one.
Yeah.
But it's
I was
available
kind of
online.
surprised.
I
was
haven't been finding it. I've been looking around.
This does have
Yeah.
DBH in a rectangle in the dead wax, and I
Mhm.
noticed that those. I don't know who that mastering engineer is, but usually when I see that, the record sounds pretty good.
Okay. Just a thing, guys. Let's highlight more of the comments. So Dustin has a comment. Bandcamp is hit and miss. Bandcamp is just a platform. I think it depends on the label and who's doing
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I think it's nothing to do with Bandcamp. And
Depends on the
usually-
artist
But
who.
just because if you buy a fine Jazz Bum shirt here, doesn't mean if you go and buy a Mazzy shirt, it's going to be the same quality.
Yeah.
True.
Same company, but you know.
Is it too late to amend your wanker list, Mazzy?
Yeah.
I don't. None of you are included in my wankers. Only professional companies and people, and no personal people that we know.
Companies.
Are you going to talk about more Fire Wankers, Mazzy?
No, actually,
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
because they weren't a wanker this year for me. I bought some. You know, the case was settled, and people are bitching or don't bitch, whatever.
I just
No.
want my money now.
yeah, that Tyshawn Sorry record, there's not a single copy available on Discogs even.
Really?
Mm.
I think I bought on pre-sale that one.
Can I make a suggestion to people, because Forced Exposure, after I bought an album from them, sends me an email saying everything's 15% off.
Yeah.
And I'm going to talk about this record hopefully next weekend because I'll get it in the mail. But I ordered that Barney Weiland Moshi record. Does anyone have that or know about it?
Mm-mm.
This
No.
record, Barney Weiland Moshi, was reissued by this French company in 2016 on black vinyl. They redid it again in 21 in clear vinyl, but it comes on 2 discs and a DVD. So what happened is back in 70 or 72, Barney Weiland with a group of people went to Africa, and they, with the intention of doing a bunch of field recordings,
Mhm.
and then they recorded free jazz style on top of a bunch of the songs. And there was a camera crew with them, and they shot everything. So this isn't that expensive on Forced Exposure. It was like $35. Their shippings was like $8 media mail. So in no sales tax, so for 40 something bucks.
And did you
I've been streaming
sample them? Rob, did you sample the music
I've
at
been
all?
streaming it. It's a great combination of like field recorded African music.
So is
And
it?
then they'll come in with modern with at the time musicians doing some free jazz stuff and added vocals. It's
What does that mean? Field recorded? Are you saying like nature, like field
no,
recording?
that means they go to people that have their own songs and then they record them.
They show up in their
Oh,
house,
okay,
and they're
yeah.
in a club,
Yeah.
in a bar, in a field.
Okay.
It's not
You know,
necessarily field.
my new wanker list comes out tomorrow. There's only one person on it, guys.
Well, I actually do have
I'm
field.
responding. Give me a
I do-
fucking break.
Well, I do have field recordings from the ornithology lab at Cornell. They put out a bunch of records in the 50s, and yeah, they're great. That's why that is like literally
Well,
field recordings.
Not that,
Obviously, they
when not,
better
you've heard.
equipment
Obviously, you
now.
know Non-Such Records. When Non-Such was around in the late '60s and '70s, it was a budget label of Elektra Records, and it was a lot of field recordings, a lot of like they had a whole international division of everything from African to India to South America. And they were these different artists, and they were kind of like field recordings. And of course, if you know the Smithsonian stuff by what's the guy's name? Not Chris Strockwitz, who started our Hooli, yet those are in a way field recordings too. But the stuff, what's the history of American folk music, those volumes that Dylan and all the folk people were into in the early 60s. What's the guy's name? Someone else. Alan Lomax. Thank you. Alan Lomax did all these folks, folk singers and blues artists, and went in the Appalachian Mountains and found bluegrass and did those first recordings. Those are field recordings. Showing up with a microphone and a tape recorder.
Yeah, I'm posting a link. I'm posting a
Well,
link.
what Rob's saying is there's like multiple tracks over the tracks afterwards, after the fact.
I'm posting a link to it, and I'll post the YouTube so you can listen to it, which I highly suggest now, people. Listen to music before you go buy it.
Yeah.
Nah, it's overrated. All right, anyway. So, Louis, you want to show what you picked up at our meeting?
Yeah, sure. Hey, I have this. I have Conference of the Birds too. It's a promotional copy. Do I care that it's a promo?
Yeah, of course.
It's probably better.
Yeah.
What's the label look like, Louis?
In collectability.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Usually
it'll be the first. The first one's off the plate.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, but that becomes less of a factor, like when ECM's doing it, and they're just pressing a shitload and sending a bunch out.
Yeah, they don't do a lot, right?
Well, plus their stuff sounds so good anyway.
Yeah.
But in theory, it would be like the best pressing would be a promo.
Speaking of, like, I just got this from ECM. This is my new favorite thing.
Oh, cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's a new record.
You like that one, Louis?
I think it's great. Yeah, I've listened to it twice. I mean, he sucked me in with Uncle John's band because I'm a Deadhead and everything, but like his tone is on this record is amazing. And
yeah, I'll give it another listen. Because that's the first Schofield in years that I haven't bought.
Yeah,
I listened to it my first listen. I don't know, I was sort of indifferent, but I'll listen.
It's relaxing. You know what I mean? It's not like super exciting, but to me, there's something tonally about the way that he's playing and what he's getting out of his guitar. That's. And he sounds like a really mature player. I don't know if that.
Yeah, no, I love most of his work. I just I need to listen to it again.
Right on. So here's what we can do. I'll show what I got today, but most of them are Chris's recommendations, so that we can judge his recommendations.
Yes.
No, that's a great record.
Yeah,
this is the only one I had time to listen to when I got back, and it's great. It's really crystal clear. Like the way he plays piano is something like Bill Evans as far as like this weird clarity.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing. You'll have to get all the other 5 that exist now.
I don't have that one. Is his stuff mostly trios? Is that piano trio?
This is a trio. Yeah, his brothers in the band.
Trios or solo. That's his classic.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
You need that one.
Sick.
That was put on a We Release Jazz or whatever. We release whatever the fuck we want, whatever that label is.
Yeah, that is it. Yep.
My favorite one is the other one from the 70s that has the wave on the front, or the seagull.
Yeah, that's the one picked up from that sale that Light in the Attic did.
Which I think is from like 2 years after that one.
Yeah.
No, I want you to listen to that one.
Yeah, you'll love that one.
He's been
What is it? I can't see it.
on everyone's throat.
William Parker.
Mayan Space Station.
Yeah, man. I listened to that record for like a month when I first got it. Really good.
I gotta go to Mazzy's record showing school.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, still light and no plastic.
Yeah. No plastic. Bells.
Don't say
Nice.
Don't say yeah 3 times.
Is that single sided? Is that reissue single sided?
No, this one isn't. But it's a 2015 reissue. It's somewhat rare because it's white, but who cares, right?
What's on the other side of that? Because that originally was only single sided.
On side, yeah, there are only 2 tracks listed anyway on it. And it was side B is Vibrations.
Okay, so they just threw another Albert Eiler track on there.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's
I guess
supposed to be.
the story,
I
story
don't have
with
that.
that is Bernard Stolman, who is the one that started ESP Disc, loved what he heard from Albert Eiler's performance at like the town hall in New York City, that he immediately recorded that and just put it out. That's why there's only a single side on that original. So, and that also, the original, there's also like 15 different variations to the cover along with the vinyl. So
I've committed to getting all the Blue Note reissues and Tone Poets over however much time that's going to take.
nice.
Nice.
Then 80th, right? 80th anniversary, I think.
Yep. I think so.
Yeah.
That was an 80.
That's a cool organ record.
Yeah.
Very cool organ record. I didn't recommend that one. You just said, "Is this a good record?" And I said yes. So if you don't
really
like it,
good.
We'll go over how
All right.
recommendations work next, like when we have time.
Well, we'll know how it went over when you don't go out with Chris anymore to buy it.
It's an easy sell to tell me a Blue Note's good, right? Because
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Did you get that today?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that.
I guess this wasn't a recommendation. I had this in my
Yeah.
Louis, you better watch yourself because he didn't approve of that record.
right.
No, that's great. That's amazing.
That,
Oh, that's
yeah,
great.
that's good.
Yeah. Must
It's
have.
like being in a Benjamin Moore store.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
Good.
Yeah.
That's an
Yeah.
excellent
nice.
record.
This I'm really interested in.
Yeah.
Now, they reissued that this
Is that
year.
the new
Did
ECM or
did anybody get the reissue?
Yeah, I have the reissue.
But you can get the original for cheaper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
think so
If
too.
you
but-
find it,
The reissue is
find these.
really
Yeah,
good.
but I don't have to. dig
It's
through
not hard to
again.
find that record.
No, it's not.
No one gives a shit, Rob.
Yeah.
Hey, I do. I do, Chris.
Oh yeah. he-
Oh, I think I just started a wanker list.
Yes. All three jazz bumps and Mazzy. I won't even wait to make my video.
Oh, look at this, Louis.
That record is
has-
trash.
Right, Dreamer?
Louis
I've
has-
never seen that record.
Louis, that's the jazz bump Mike's favorite album.
Is that Gary Wright?
You know what I was telling the guys? I said that the record, Louis, that Wayne Shorter record. I was saying Wayne Shorter's compositions are excellent, but goddamn, Lee Morgan. I mean, they all sound good, but Lee Morgan just cuts through on that record in an incredible way. I
Of
feel
course,
like
that's the only good thing there.
that's the only good
trumpeters
thing.
don't finish it.
Thanks for that analysis, Felipe.
This issue of National Geographic.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's-
This is a banger. This I've
Yeah.
listened to twice. This is
That was
amazing.
one of my favorites of the year.
Yeah, this is something about it that's really.
Yeah.
I can't like describe
Hey,
it well.
Chris, I have the OG of that.
Okay, good for you.
Oh, you were all of course you do. Somebody's in trouble. Jesus Christ.
It's the loony bin coming from Mazzy.
Exactly. He was in trouble. He got nailed.
Ooh, I don't have that
I just
yet.
listened to that. That sounds excellent.
Grant Green's awesome.
Yeah.
So did that get released as now as an 80 or I mean
Yes.
Classic series.
wasn't it a Tone Poet? I think I have the Tone Poet of it.
No, this was Music Matters. So
Oh,
that's
and then I have the
I
Music
I
Matters.
have the
okay.
Music Matters of that.
Yeah, it's a good one. Oh, nice.
I
We got a lot of great
I love that one.
Yeah.
I do too.
Did you get your Social Security check today or something? What's going on?
Well, this is also Santa.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's
You know Santa?
That's
Yeah.
your only Beatle posting this year. I think.
Yeah, I know. That is great also. And then this from Light in the Attic, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's it. Yeah, this is really good. This guy wrote like a lot of TV stuff, like $6 Million Man, and
Oh, I love that
Yeah,
song.
but he's a great jazz saxophonist too, Louis.
Rob mentioned to me this was a thing, and this happened to me last week. And I pre-ordered 4 Tone Poets when they had the 30% sale, and I paid extra. You know, you can pay extra to have them shipped right away. Instead of waiting for the last one to ship, you get free shipping. So I paid extra. 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks later, nothing shipped. So I wrote him. I said, "Hey, I paid extra for shipping. What's going on?" And finally, like last week, I get an email. We're refunding your money and we're shipping the records to you.
Mm-hmm.
And they just shipped them. So they refunded my money for 4 Tone Poets and shipping to me. I thank them for that, but what the fuck is that about?
Well, that's what they should do if they can't keep up their service level.
Well, I can see doing something, but like
they probably were in the midst of a lot of that happening, and someone just made a decision and said, okay, in the next 48 hours, everybody who has this problem or whatever.
I don't know if you know this, Mazzy, but you're Mazzy.
No, they don't know. I mean, the people I order, usually I order from the archivist because she gets UMG stuff. I get her discount, but it was 30%, so I didn't have to go through her.
I mean, that's amazing,
right? And that's so I want to hold your hand is in.
You must not be a wanker.
No, yeah.
Well, they were sort of on my wanking list, but I kind of like hedged it.
Well, I figured you were going to say they didn't have one, so they're waiting until that one came in stock, and then they would ship everything. Right. So it would be pointless to have the expedited shipping. But it's nice that you got both records.
Yeah,
Mazzy, I just want to
acknowledge. I ordered about, I think, 6 records from them. This was a year or so ago, and like 5 of them were in stock, and the other one, I guess they sold out right when I ordered it, so they just never sent it. And I forgot about it, and like ended up buying all the records separately, and then like 9 months later, a box showed up with all the fucking records in it.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Music in the House got the same deal. All right. Well, I have some stuff to show, if it's cool.
Is it Christmas records?
Absolutely not. What do you think this is?
I was going to show some Dizzy Gillespie.
What did we do here exactly, Brandon?
All right. This is one of those records. I always find it for like $5, but it's beat to hell.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I found a $4 copy and it was super clean. So
yeah,
is that the first one?
Is it the first what? CTI?
First CTI.
No, I don't think so.
That's the soundtrack to Karate Kid too.
That's stupid.
Actually, it's 67, so it's early. I don't know.
I think it is. I'll look it up.
But it's kind of a cool cover, and I've been playing so much like Bill Evans and Mal Waldron that I need some happy music. So
cool.
I'm full of shit. It's not the first one. It's the third one. So Wes Montgomery, A Day in the Life was the first one.
Picked up a couple things today.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Excellent record.
Yeah, and it was $12, and it's super clean.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
All those later art peppers are getting on contemporary, especially, are getting expensive.
I like all of art. I'm pretty much like everything he does. This is kind of cool.
I have that
French Lachey with
cool.
Firebirds.
Live in Berkeley with Roy McCurdy on drums, Hubert Eves on piano, and Ron Carter on bass. And this is a live session from Berkeley from mid-70s, I think.
That's volume 2, right?
Yeah, I think it's volume 1.
Hold on, double check.
Oh no, you're right. It's volume 2 because volume 1 is a different place.
I think there's 3, and they were put out on his label Bird's Eye.
Yeah,
but that specific one was also reissued on Enja. It has a different cover.
It's really good, although it starts off kind of like a brittle recording, and there's a lot of feedback. But then it's like they get the mix better as it's going.
Yeah,
but the mics are feedback.
I could listen to that again. I haven't listened to it in a while.
That's good. This was I think I had a copy of this before, but it was really beat up, and I found a sealed copy, so I grabbed it.
Excellent. Right.
Dizzy, Ray Brown, Joe Pass, and Mickey Roker. It's just a great record, and it's recorded really nicely.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I was really stoked because this is the era of Dizzy I really like. This one's from 1970, and it's got Mike Longo, and I've actually listened to this at a friend's house, but there was a really clean copy locally at Jump Jump Music, which you guys know. So it's Dizzy Gillespie, Mike Longo, Phil Upchurch on bass, Eric Gale on guitar. And there's a few different groups. James Moody is on half of the record, or more than half. Anyway, it's pretty much a funk soul record. Cool. It's really good. I just like
Jump Jump. Is this Jump Jump?
Yeah, this is that Jump Jump. Yeah, that's it.
Cool. Yeah, very cool.
It's actually Dan's house. It's the front of his house. So you go there and
is that where Tim Tim lives too? No?
Huh?
Does Chim Chim live there?
That's
Yes,
a
Chim Chim.
horrible joke, Jazz Bomb Chris.
Yeah.
Does he have a permit zoning for live work?
Horrible.
I don't know that much.
What are you, the cops, Mazzy? Are you going to show up and
Yeah,
shut
what are
him
you gonna
down?
bust
Like, are you like the
Are
guy
you
that
a narc?
Between the flies that swim around your skull, you couldn't come up with a bathroom joke.
Oh,
I have a
record
couple-
stores never have bathrooms for the public, so
That's true.
Here's
But
a
it's
couple
his mouth.
non-jazz. Shuggy Otis.
oh, Shuggy, that's a good record.
Yeah, it was like, so the cover's kind of jacked at the bottom here,
It's a
but
radio
most of the
copy.
cover is nice, and it's a radio station promo
Yeah.
copy. But the vinyl is super clean,
Shuggy,
and it was $30, which for these days is pretty good.
Shuggy. They got his name from Meshuggah.
Really?
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
No.
Are you wanking? Are you wanking?
Yeah, he is.
Johnny Otis's son.
Yes.
Okay, this is pretty cool. Nico, The End. This is a Japanese pressing, but
That's
this
the
is a
last
really
record
good.
you're going to show, or? No?
This is with Eno and Phil Manzanera and John Cale.
That's cool.
And I got some cool Lent. My friend Donald, who's a Jazz Bums fan, who's probably watching, lent me some really cool stuff.
Donald's awesome.
Did he write his name on the back before he
Yeah.
loaned it to you?
He writes it all over.
Who are the sidemen?
Eberhard
Jackson
Weber. I think it's Fred Braceville and Jimmy Jackson on organ. So you got Weber on bass, Braceville. But this album I've been wanting for a long time. It's kind of expensive and it's kind of hard to find.
Yeah.
But it is the only you guys all know that I'm a huge Waldron fan.
Yeah.
But this is Waldron on Rhodes. So it's pretty awesome. And I guess Weber plays, it says electric bass, but it sure sounds like it's just mic'd or something, or it's got a pickup. And then Jimmy Jackson on organ. So you get it's pretty funky. It's really good. And now I have, now that I'm listening to it, not on stream, I really want it.
What year is that, Brandon?
From your friend.
It's 71.
Okay.
Just forget to return it. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. This is the Japan. No, actually, I think this is the German pressing.
It's a nice looking cat.
Yeah, 1971. It's actually an ECM record, but I don't think it was ever really an ECM record. You know what I mean? Like it's an ECM Eichler recording, but I think it was this is on Japo Records.
I don't remember seeing that on ECM in those days.
Well, it's just kind of like Spanish Bitch was an ECM recording, but it's on Globe. Like it never made it to the.
Well,
They
Globe
sold the tapes to somebody else or something.
right?
What?
Globe's a Japanese label, right?
Right. So it was recorded by Eichler in Germany, but then it went on Globe.
Yeah.
But it was like right before Free at Last, which is the first ECM record. Anyway,
I have another Mal Waldron Globe record where he's solo.
Yeah. Well, he's awesome. Anyway, also was lent this, which is a record I've been wanting for a while. But it's nice to listen to. It's real funky. The group is obviously it's got Woody Shaw and Sonny Fortune, but it also has Billy Hart on drums, Onaje Allen Gums on piano, and Earl Turbinton on soprano. Anyway, it's really good. This is a nice promo and it's super clean. So I've been enjoying listening to this. And then the surprise that I'm just loving is this Black Orpheus, Isao Suzuki. This one's real hard to find, and it's on Three Blind Mice.
Very
I've
nice.
been listening to this. It's really cool. It's actually standards, or basically standards. I mean, Black Orpheus Carnival is one of the songs he does, and also he does Angel Eyes. What is it? Who Can I Turn? And In a Sentimental Mood. So it's standards, but in a kind of a 70s Japanese standards way, and the piano player, so it's a trio. Tsuyoshi Yamamoto is playing a Fender Rhodes electric piano. So it's got a real groove-oriented, heavily, obviously, it's a South Suzuki, so it's bass line forward, bass player led standards, and it's really good.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
It's really awesome, and I wish. But then I looked up about it. It's like really expensive on Discogs. So,
well, how does he have all that shit? Just he had it, or?
Yeah, I mean, he's a friend of mine that's like saw me on the Jazz Bums and likes my taste, and he's got really good taste. So just kind of.
That's cool.
I threw him some like a Walt Dickerson, and
you trade him some mushrooms for it or something?
Hey, listen, the first rule of Fight Club is don't talk about Fight Club, Chris.
Well, Louis, this is an important lesson. Since we're now best friends, you need to buy $500 jazz records and let me borrow them.
There you
I
go.
was unaware of the stipulations of this friendship.
Yes, yeah.
Hey,
Yes.
wait,
Don't be cheap, Chris.
What you should do is, Louis, you guys should never buy the same records.
True.
Jazz Bump Chris, can you shoot me off an email on how you make people buy your friendship? I'm very interested in exploring that.
Yes.
Anyway, the Isao Suzuki record is really good. It's really funky and fun.
Yeah. Can I show some stuff? Is that all right?
Huh?
Is it all right if I show some stuff?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm done.
Guys, we're not showing records tonight. Forget it.
Yeah, it's not a record show.
What do you think
Yes.
God, all right, go.
Yeah,
Joe.
you have to reach through the screen and punch Jazz Bum Chris in the face first.
Don't punch me in the face. Punch Mike in the face.
Mike is feeling a lot better, I think.
One thing I do want to say is multiple people on this stream already have used the word wank in a way that is not what you guys think you're using it for. I'm just going to say that. I don't think
I know what the word is.
Yell at all of them there, Joe.
I don't know.
Maddie's an expert.
Thank you.
I'm just going to let you know that.
Yes.
One thing too, before I got on, I was listening in the back. You guys were talking about ESP disc and how like the different pressings can have like different sound qualities, and you guys were talking about the Gato Barbieri one.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I've seen, and I don't know if it is true for that like record or that album, but some of them were Plastilite pressings. Like the one that Louis showed, that Bells, some of the original pressings were Plastilite pressings and actually do have the P in it, like you see with the so it could be something like that where like maybe some of the pressings were done at a certain place versus others. And
I think there's like almost like no. I think ESP discs is like definitely like there's inconsistencies of like stuff, and I think they just keep the original plate and then just like kept pulling it off the original plate.
Yeah.
So if it might have been sitting in a warehouse for 6 years, and then they're like, oh, let's press that again. Yep. So there seems my copy of that Gato Barbieri doesn't sound very good.
Yeah.
Well, they moved it around. They didn't pay their bills a lot, so they kept moving around. Facility.
And it's kind of a bummer because it's a clean copy, but it doesn't sound very good. And then Rob says he's got a copy that does sound good. So
yeah, I have one. I haven't listened to it yet, but I'll let you guys know when I listen to that to see because I have probably 20 or 25 ESP discs, and most of them sound really good, but some of them it's like they're in a studio, but yet it doesn't sound great. And then there's other ones that are live that sound amazing. So it's just
do you have a Plastilite copy of Bells?
No, I don't. No, there was two copies at the store when I bought it, but the one that was in better condition wasn't a Plastilite, but it sounded great. So
now here's an important question. Since you have 20 ESP discs, can you flip them without getting up off your couch just using your mind powers?
I cannot. I can't, Chris. No. Sorry.
I only have Fugs and the Fugs and what's the folk?
Well, I do
have the Fugs and the Fugs.
So first of all,
Pearls Before Swine. Pearls Before
Joe,
Swine.
I apologize. Chris is a wanker, so I'm sorry I said that.
I'm not a wanker.
Secondly, I have the two samplers.
Yeah.
And they here's the weird thing about those samplers. They don't sound as good as the Gato, but weirdly enough, they're like 20 or 30-second snippets of every song.
Right.
Yeah.
And weirdly enough, they kind of go together. So if you get high and put those ESP samplers on, they're pretty good records.
And then you watch the Wizard of Oz. You put the Wizard of Oz on.
Right.
All
We're
right,
not all into the drug scene like you are, Wax.
You guys
so.
were talking about field recordings too.
Yeah.
I
Drug
found this
scene.
one at a store in Rochester. This is it's Basil Kirchen is the artist. This is the original cover. It's from like 1970. I can't remember what the label it was originally on. It was in the UK, and then there was I think this is actually a UK pressing as well on Trunk Records. This is like free jazz field recordings. Evan Parker, Derek Bailey. So it's like saxophone, guitar, very minimal, very sparse at times. But this is the original is pretty rare. So I was happy to find the reissue of this from a few years ago.
Hang on, what is all that shit written on the cover? Is it just some guys?
This is actually the
sorry.
I don't know about that one, but this one is like a picture of what the master tape looked like the tape box that it came. They just took
about
that's a reissue.
That's the reissue, yeah. And the Basil Kirchen didn't really like the original cover, and so they decided master tape was the next best.
What
thing.
year did that reissue come out?
2019.
So this looks like it's the reissue, but I just wanted to show the original. This is Columbia UK, which is different than Columbia in the US. This is a lot of the classical records I'm getting are on this label. They sound fantastic. So it's cool to see that label on the cover.
I think the original cover is kind of cool.
Yeah.
What is the how much is the original cost?
The original? Let's see.
It's pretty expensive. I think
There's probably none in the US.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
We're talking $1,500.
Yeah, and the
Mike.
Yeah.
The reissue is there's like I think 1,500 copies or something like that. It's like
I just ordered it.
No,
Me too. We're selling this out tonight. We're selling it out.
I hope Jazzman keeps doing those.
I'll let you know if there's one of the Dizzy
those reissues
in January.
Is that for the main collection?
I got two. You guys know I'm big Peter Brötzmann, so I found some more. This is Stonewater. So this is early 2000s. This one's from 2000. Just big lineup. Mats Gustafsson is on this one. Ken Vandermark. So yeah, there's some great. Hamid Drake is on this one as well. I think he kind of came in and out of the group throughout the years, but there's that one. That one's from 2000. And then the other one, this is just a single-sided one. This is the same kind of thing. Pretty much the same lineup on this as well. But yeah, just a single side. So more Peter Brötzmann, early 2000s. This one's from 2002, but it didn't come out until like 2021.
Joe, do you see any? Do you have any any thoughts about? Because you must have like a good swath of his career.
Yeah.
How in terms of like him and how he evolves and his music? Is there like a linear path, or is it
it's pretty consistent? I mean, his early stuff. So his first three records, For Adolf Sachs, Balls and Nipples.
Whoa.
Yeah, great titles. Those are very like harsh. They're very edgy. When you listen to those, it's very intense and it doesn't really let up. As you got into the 70s, the stuff was still very intense, but there was room for like different instrument improvisation instead of it just being this like wall of sound type thing. That continued into the 80s. His group kind of changed as you got into the 90s, as you went into like the CD era. He has this great group it was called Die Like a Dog was the name of kind of the group. And that is still pretty consistent with his earlier type stuff, 70s, 80s. I've noticed that his stuff from the last 10 or so years can be kind of mixed bag. Some of the stuff is still very intense, very, again, edgy, very hard, free improvisation, free jazz. But there are some recordings as well that are a little bit more just, I wouldn't call them standards, but it's like his approach to standards. They're a little bit more melodic. I'm not saying that those are easily approachable, but
Nipples is more approachable than balls, but
Mike, I had the same question for Joe because when I met up with Fred, he played me some Brötzmann, and I think what he played me was Machine Gun. I might not be saying right, but it was like him. It was him chewing on reeds, like making super intense noise, and I'm like, okay, this is gonna take a minute.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's very intense stuff. Again, it varies. And yeah, Louis, you're right. Actually, Machine Gun was his second one, so I guess the first 4 records were pretty intense, and then the stuff, I wouldn't say it doesn't get easier, but it's just a little bit different of a sound in the 70s. But he was pretty consistent. He did actually end up developing like problems with his lungs because he blew so hard through his horn that he had to.
My first impression was that this guy hates his instrument.
Yeah, he just blew so hard through it that. But he was. I think it was a. I wouldn't say a unique like approach, but it was a very interesting perspective because of like what his kind of the previous generation, like his parents' generation, what they did during World War II in Germany and things like that. I know Mike, Jazzbum Mike, you talked about that right when he died. When
he died, I went back and there's interviews on YouTube, and Red Bull, in their credit, they brought him out for like an hour-and-a-half interview.
Yeah,
and he really, and it's all in English, and he dives deep into like what he was doing and like his whole history, and it's really insightful, and I feel like it gives context to why he was doing what he was doing. So
there's a lot of the guys that he surrounded himself with in the 60s and 70s had a very similar approach, and so it wasn't like he was just leading the line and everybody else was just following. It was on these other musicians' recordings, they were taking a similar approach. Now, I don't think there's really anybody that played like he did exactly. I mean, even guys like Evan Parker, that were really intense free jazz stuff in the 70s. You didn't get that same sound. So I think to his credit, it's so intense that it's challenging to really know where to start with that. So luckily a lot of the stuff is available streaming, and especially I found like Bandcamp for some of the more obscure things, you can type in the name of the album and a lot of times it does show up, and you get at least a chance to kind of see what the album is like overall. But
in my limited experience with him, if you're going to go into that Last Exit stuff with Sonny Chirac. That might be an easier way to,
especially if you're like if you like rock or you like punk or kind of stuff like that. It's his stuff that he did in the late 80s with like Sonny Chirac and Ronald Shannon Jackson and all the kind of guys that were part of the Last Exit group. That's good. But again, there are some things like early 2000s. There are ones where there's one album. It's him and Han Benek on the drums, just a duo, and he plays a lot of the clarinet on that album, and it's definitely a different thing. So
he said something, and it may be controversial, but I think it's something that stood out to me when I was watching him. He was pretty critical of musicians that were like trained in the academy. Yeah. Because he was saying you could play all the notes, but do you know how to play notes? Like he was making that argument, which I'm not agreeing with or disagreeing with, but he did have a certain philosophy of performance that I think he was saying comes from like a special, place that you can't really train for.
Right. You got to find your own voice. And I think he was saying a lot of the guys that were coming out of I think he called it the conservatory and in kind of Europe, that a lot of them were looking to just like either just play it safe, play like standards, stuff like that, but also that they weren't really finding their own voice, their own direction, and that they were just they were trying to either mimic somebody that was very successful or just
we were talking to someone, was it Anthony Wilson, Mike, that was talking about that? I think it was Nick Phillips. We interviewed him. He talked about, when you're first learning, and he went to a jazz school and all that, you're learning and you're probably sounding like the people, whoever your influences are. And he said it takes a long time for you to have your own voice, which made a lot of sense to me. So
also, a lot of musicians just want to be technicians.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and I have two more to show, but yeah, I mean, with you even hear some of the early recordings of like Coltrane and like how different of a sound Coltrane had on those early Prestige, and even when he got with like I mean, like what he sounds like on like Kind of Blue, and even when he got into Atlantic, just a different approach as and who knows what his rationale was. I mean, did he know that he was going to become so revered? I don't know, but
who knows?
He was pretty popular while he was alive. I mean, as far as jazz goes, I mean, you know.
Yeah. But I think like a lot of musicians at the time, he was much more popular overseas than he was in the United States. So, I mean, there's not, and I don't know. I mean, maybe that's just kind of what I've seen when I went really heavy into him. I mean, I think he probably was well liked in the United States, but I think as time went on, especially as you got into the mid 60s, I think jazz was starting to go on the back burner a bit in a lot of regards. So
where here?
Europe, it wasn't. So Europe and Asia,
that's
it
fair.
wasn't. So, but I got two more. Speaking of Evan Parker, I've been looking for this record for like a month and a half. I've gone through two different sellers. There's a guy that I ordered something. I ordered it back maybe early November. And the guy shipped it and it was stolen, and he had COVID, so he couldn't kind of investigate what happened. And so I just got a refund for that. And then the beginning of December, I ordered another copy, and this was both on Discogs. I ordered a second copy from somebody else, same pressing. And the day after I ordered it, the guy left the country for 3 weeks and said that his records, he was not going to be able to ship anything. And he came back on, it was like Christmas Eve. And after Christmas, he mailed it to me. He was right near New York City. He was in like northern New Jersey. So it was pretty quick to get up to kind of where I live in upstate New York. But this is Pakistani Pomade. This is Alex von Schlippenbach Trio. So it's got Evan Parker, soprano, tenor sax. Schlippenbach is on piano, and Paul Lovins is on the drums. This is an early FMP one. I think does it say on the front? In the bottom, FMP 110. So it's pretty early in the catalog. Original pressing has a slightly different cover than this. It mimics more of what you see in the middle. It's more of like a kind of pale, like off colored white. Originals of this are pretty difficult to find, but also are pretty expensive, several $100s. This is the second pressing. The guy actually showed it as a third pressing, like a late 70s one, but this one actually has the early 70s label. So I lucked out on this one. I haven't played it yet. I just got it today, but was very happy to have grabbed that. I was, again, waiting like a month and a half for that. And then this one, when I was on the stream with Rob last week, I showed this one, but this is Turn. Louis Maholo's on the drums. Larry Stabens is on the saxophone, and then Keith Tippett is on the piano. So it's just a trio as well. This is on SAJ. I don't know how easily, sorry, it's going to be to show that, but SAJ, the subsidiary of FMP. So Dave from VC Ambassador showed me this one and was able to find a copy in Canada. So this one came about a week and a half ago. So that was a big one as well, kind of continuing.
I heard that you shouldn't fuck with that Larry guy. He might be stabbing you.
So, Joe, are you like trying to collect as much FMP and SAJ as possible?
I'm just, when I come across stuff that I like, I try to find what I can. I mean, I've had to resort to online in most. I mean, it's probably about 75% of what I found has been online, unfortunately.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I collect what I like. I've never been a big, and I know that this is probably not going to go over with most of you because I see what you guys show, and it just isn't. I'm not a big piano trio person. I just think that for me, there just isn't enough there for me. So a lot of the SAJ FMP stuff is trio based. A lot of piano. It also just depends on who or what instrument the leader is. If it's saxophone or trumpet led, I'm more likely to get that than, again, piano or bass or something. But it just depends. I when I come across stuff, I kind of take my time to see if it's something I want. And again, most of the time I have to make the decision of whether I want to just buy it online, and I'm not finding it in the store. So
what is it about
the
piano trio that you are not into?
I just don't. I mean, do you really want me to tell you what it is? Because I don't want to
nobody cares.
Can you lay back while he shrinks your brain?
I'm gonna pull a Rob and Mazzy maybe as well, being very blunt. But I don't think there's enough there. It's too monotonous for me, and I grew up playing the piano, and I grew up playing a lot of classical music. And when I hear piano trio stuff, a lot of it just reminds me of just classical based music that has a jazz rhythm to it. So it's just, for me, it's too much the same. I don't really hear anything that excites me. Now, free jazz piano stuff is a little bit different for me. It just seemed like there's a little bit more there, but it's not to say that I wouldn't, but I haven't found anything that really catches my ear that I really can rationalize something being in my collection. So I've never.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm a little new here. So you were worried that these guys were going to fuck with you about having a totally normal opinion about jazz?
Well, I don't know, because most people that collect jazz, and it's kind of the people here, but also I see online as Instagram stuff like that. It just, people sing the praises for stuff like that, and I can't get into that. I had a really hard time.
No more analog.
Are you talking about the Beatles?
Yeah,
I don't like I'm also.
You don't like piano jazz? Get the fuck out of here.
You know what, Joe?
I never was. I didn't really like. I was not a big organ person. I also don't like certain instruments. Like, I'm not a big fan of the flute. I just think that certain instruments, when they get chances to solo, just sometimes feel like they're wasting space. So
no Bobby
I
Jazz
can make an entire video about controversial things that I think about jazz. I don't like the bass.
You did it for Felipe. He's disappeared now.
Well, you should just like what you like. That doesn't matter.
You like what you like.
It doesn't offend anyone else.
But Joe, there's nothing about how you presented yourself on these streams that would make me lead to believe what you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
You come up with Peter Brötzmann, ESP, you go for very free jazzy stuff. So I don't know why anyone would question the fact that you don't like more traditional styles or groupings of jazz.
Yeah, I mean, Roberto saying in the comments
you're not being ununique to yourself.
You don't like guitar and stuff. And I know a lot of people that don't like Grant Green or Kenny Burrell. And
well, who are they? And give us their name.
I know people that hate, the people that hate jazz organ and stuff. I like the flute. I like Bobby Jaspar. I like that kind of stuff. But I get it. I like us.
There are certain instances like Harold Vick. Harold Vick has a great record on Strata East. It's like Don't Look Back or something like that. And that he plays the flute on that, and I think that's amazing. There's also All Night Long, the Prestige All Stars from the 50s. Mm-hmm. Jerome Richardson plays the flute on that, on one of the tracks, and that's phenomenal. I mean, so there are certain instances where there are instruments that I'm not as big, like organ. I was not a big organ person for a while, but as I got into like jazz funk and that became one of the more prominent instruments, I started to love it. And now it's not as much. I actually enjoy it, especially with my love for Grant Green. A lot of his stuff was soul jazz, organ jazz type stuff. Mm-hmm. And for you to kind of like that, you have to maybe deal with. So I like the organ now, but yeah, there's some stuff that it's taken me. I mean, it's been over 4 years that I've collected jazz, which really is not a long time.
Sometimes music hits you. Sometimes music hits you at a certain time, a certain way. Yeah. Sometimes you turn it off. I always tell my story repeatedly. I'm doing it again. Picking up in 1970 Bitches Brew, and I didn't get it. And I got rid of it. And 3 years later, someone played it in the store I worked in, and someone played it. And I go, "What?" I didn't know what it was. I said, "What's that? That's great." And 3 years later, it hit me. I
remember when I first started collecting jazz, I started with Grant Green. I had the one that Louis showed, Green Street. That's my favorite Blue Note that I've heard. I just love that album overall, and I never get sick of that. But I started moving originally in the direction of just collecting kind of guitar-based stuff. So like Grant Green, Kenny Burrell. I didn't know a lot. There wasn't really a lot of people on YouTube that were really talking about a lot of that stuff when I started collecting, or at least I didn't know about a lot of these people. But I found Midnight Blue, Kenny Burrell, and I heard Stanley Turrentine on the sax. And originally I had really no interest in hearing like saxophone, trumpet. It was really just like guitar stuff. And it took a little bit, but after a while it now became like, all right, I love to hear these, again, saxophone, trumpet, trombone type stuff. So,
I mean, that's what's one of the fun things about jazz is, the pace change and you're listening. What you want to listen to changes constantly.
And then it's like fucking heroin.
Because I'm going to be canceled in a minute. So I'm just kidding.
But
well,
Joe,
before Joe leaves, I have records I want to show.
I wanted to say one thing though.
Okay.
Because I think when I started listening to jazz, it had to have a trumpet and a sax, everything.
Yep.
And I got into piano trios way later. It was like, because everything I listened to was sax, trumpet, more importantly, more often both, like quintets. It had to be a quintet. And then I got into trios much later.
Did you have a preference for trumpet or sax?
Trumpet.
Me too.
I love trumpet. Like since I was a little kid.
You guys should be friends like Chris and Louie.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna be a tall order.
Well, the reason why I think it's interesting is it actually took me a little while to like get into Coltrane. Like I didn't just jump into Coltrane and love everything he did. And I attribute that because I would love the trumpet. Like I was looking for trumpet stuff. So like it took me a little while to just progress even that much.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Miles Davis on Saturday Night Live, and I thought he was the coolest.
What did he do? Time after time at that point?
No. He did Jean Pierre. Oh. You know that one off Miles Alive or We Want Miles?
I don't.
So
I saw it, I don't remember.
It's interesting you say that, Brandon, because they haven't been showing any like old Saturday Night Lives with the musical guests because they don't have the rights to show that. But for some reason, some dude on TikTok has been posting. I didn't know Sun Ra was ever on Saturday Night Live, so they posted the Sun Ra on there.
So Saturday Night Live was my favorite show, even though I was a little kid and I used to stay up late.
Yeah,
and fall asleep usually.
I'm with Marcella here in the Peanut Gallery. I remember all my audiophile friends and jazz friends were saying, "Get Blow Up" by the Japanese.
That's one album.
That's true.
I bought that record and I thought that was the biggest.
Mike, I think you're muted.
No, hello.
Here it is. This is the thing that I've learned over the years. You just have to come across that. You may have these, this thing against this instrument or, jazz trios. You have to find that when you find that one trio, that one flautist that does it for you, you're in.
Yeah,
totally.
I always looked at the jazz flute as like a secondary instrument for these guys. Like Charles Lloyd, sometimes he'll pull out the flute in the concert and he'll play. But then I started listening to Nicole Mitchell, and she is freaking awesome. So you find that one musician changes your whole perspective about a trio or a.
And what I will say as well, because I think you're right, Mike, that I think I would definitely love going to like a concert and seeing like a piano trio. Like that would be amazing. And again, as I said before, like I grew up playing the piano. That was the prominent instrument I played from elementary school through really high school. And I love the piano, but just in the jazz context, I can't get into it. But I've gone to a few different shows that featured the piano as one of the instruments, and it was amazing. And so I think for me, maybe what the hurdle I need to get over, and as what you said, you're right, is you're right as well, Mike, that I just need to find the person that gets that kind of itch. So
well, that's what Mike's right with any genre. Like if you say you don't like punk, you don't like country, you know, a lot of people say, I know a lot of people say, I hate country music, and there's that one artist that speaks to them or they get it. There's an entry.
Give
Not
us
that
their names, Mazzy.
you know,
I didn't
mean,
I remember not liking the trombone for a long time.
What?
And, I didn't like the trombone. I know it's
Who
terrible.
turned you on to it? What
Benny
album?
Green.
Which one?
I got some Benny Green, and I was just like, "This is amazing!" Like,
Oh,
I
for
don't
me,
know.
it
It was like,
was,
what was I thinking? Like,
I know who it was for you already. Curtis Fuller.
Yeah, it was the
Curtis Fuller.
I still haven't heard Andre 3000 record. Have you guys
Curtis
heard it?
Fuller's
I've
two
listened to
records on
some of it.
Savoy that are fucking awesome.
Mike, have you heard the Andre 3000 record?
I haven't. It's you know, I have it in my you know, I've downloaded it on my phone to check it out.
I am very curious about it.
Not
though.
yet.
It's way too long. I have a good
only a
segue.
flute.
So I have a good segue into showing
I have the
some
best
records.
segue because I actually picked up a piano trio record.
Well,
Okay, I just want to say one thing also. It's quick. I was in Jazz Record Center yesterday, and they had in the sort of like new arrival section, they had the largest collection of Peter Brötzmann that I've ever seen. And I was picturing like Fred Combs just like turning it up and like listening to Brötzmann. But they had a huge collection of Peter Brötzmann. I was like shocked. But you know,
So someone bought him and hated him and returned him?
Or someone died, probably.
no, I don't think that was it.
I think it's because
some of it was brand, and most of it was new.
Yeah.
So I was
Anthony's saying Hubert Laws is technically far superior to all jazz flute players. He often leaves me cold. Frank West, James Moody, grumpy old Herbie Mann, and other improvise so much better.
well. Hold on, audiophile. Yeah.
Is Herbie grumpy? I didn't know
So you know, Mike, I've been documenting like, for the past couple months that I've been collecting James Newton records.
Yeah.
Okay.
He did a bunch, and he is a great jazz flutist.
Mhm.
He put a lot out on these Gramavision, and they usually plays with the same group of people.
Mhm.
And this segues into a violin I've been getting to, jazz violin. He plays with John Blake, who I don't know on the scale of jazz violin guys. I think he's probably pretty high. There was a documentary I think came out like 3 years ago about him.
Mhm.
And then Anthony Davis, Slide Hampton, Billy Hart's on here, Cecil McBee, and Jay Hoggart. This is a great. I think he has 3 records on Gramavision. I could be wrong. Then, I think and Mike picked up an audio. What's that label?
Yeah, can I share that?
It's your stream. You can do whatever you want.
All right, I'll try to be quick. So I picked these. I got 2 records. I'm just going to show one right
Stretch
now.
it out. Don't be
But
quick.
it's because it's also James Newton.
Yeah, I ordered that one.
So I got this for a good price. This is an Audio Quest.
Looks a lot like
pressing.
Frida Kahlo. That's weird.
It is
Yeah, I think it is.
dedicated to her.
So
Yeah.
this was put out in 94. The other one I have is 93. Joe Harley produced this. Obviously, it's James Newton, so top-notch musician. They recorded 2 tape. This is back in 93, 94. They pressed at RTI. RTI was the first time they used their 180-gram super vinyl for these pressings. And I can go on. Like, basically, like it came in a loose, this was sealed, so it came in a loose baggie. Like all the audiophile stuff that people do now, this was done in 93, 94. This is before Classic Records and Michael Hobson. So this is obviously new music and not a reissue, but I just want to give credit where credit's due because Mr. Harley has been doing it the right way for a long time. And obviously there's other labels too. Like we were talking about, there's plenty of direct-to-disc labels. Groove Note back then. MoFi was doing, actually in the early 90s, I don't know what MoFi was doing, but they
Weren't existing.
Yeah,
So-
I have a Groove Note record here.
So anyway, some of these are hundreds of dollars. And this one, for example, I think you can get it for $30 easy, maybe even cheaper. It's really good. When you drop the needle, it sounds unbelievably good. Like it's super vinyl. It sounds quiet. The music's great. It's really worth the money. So, I just started learning about this Audio Quest stuff, even though I knew from our interview when Felipe, you gave his bio sketch, Joe Harley's bio sketch, you mentioned his work on Audio Quest, but I just hadn't seen it. And so when I came across it, I picked up this and another record I could show later.
Did it
But-
come with cables?
Is Salma Hayek a good singer?
Yes.
All right.
I don't appreciate your ethnically based humor there.
Mm-mm-mm.
So I know Mike is trying to get into Leroy Jenkins, and
Yes.
he's more like a free jazz violinist, and his stuff is excellent. This is on Tomato.
Mhm.
Tomato.
Yes, Tomato is a label.
They did a lot of folk stuff. They did all the
Yeah, they weren't. I think they did other stuff outside
Okay,
of jazz.
Towns Van Zandt, country
Yeah,
stuff.
he has 2 lineups on here where he plays with Andrew Sorrell, Anthony Davis again, George Lewis, Richard Tenenbaum, who I have. He's like a Moog synthesizer jazz guy. I have a record of his. And then, yeah, it's the same lineup. But I picked this up today. This the Revolutionary Ensemble,
Yeah, that's right.
Republic. This is on Horizon,
That's nice.
and this is excellent. And
Mhm.
I went into Wikipedia and read that Herb Alpert had Quincy Jones as a consultant on Horizon, and Quincy thought it was going to be a different album, and he was like, he hated this when he listened to it. But this is excellent, Leroy. I would almost say this is the verge of classical meets free jazz, if you can imagine that. This is excellent. And I have a lot of albums where Leroy Jenkins is on it.
Yeah.
He's a side person. So
Mhm.
I recommend that stuff. Okay.
Hang on,
shit.
check it out.
Thanks, Shane.
Shane Rhythm.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thanks for hanging out.
So I went to couple record stores and a thrift store, and I scored at a thrift store yesterday. I found this record. Does anyone know this?
Yes, the original cover is much creepier, I think.
Yeah, it's It's not Van Gelder. It's I think this is a reissue of really older stuff.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's like a. Let me see.
I think that might be a couple 10 inches that were.
Yeah, look at it.
Yeah.
But not the best recording. Sound.
What's the name of it? What's the title of that one?
Brothers?
The Brothers. Yeah.
But
Yeah. This is the original.
when you go, this is like what I dream about, going to a thrift store and finding a bunch of jazz. That happened yesterday.
Hold on. This is the original. So it's
that's
Prestige 7022, which is putting that at 56.
OJC of that.
And this was pressed in 56. Like someone just said, it was probably 10-inch or 78 material. It should sound pretty old.
It does sound old.
Yeah.
I found this. I don't have any Lonnie Liston Smith records. This is funky, cosmic, spiritual on the Flying Dutchman, and this is it was like in excellent shape.
So it's good.
Yeah.
I see that record a lot.
It has 2 songs with singing.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And it's, to me, it's very cheesy because it's very like, and the world should be a better place where people get along with each other.
That's true, man.
It is, but especially at the time when this was recorded, it was all about that shit.
Yeah.
We're angrier now. We need more anger in our music. But
Yeah.
this is good. It's very excellent playing. He
Can you
plays
tell
on
us
here.
the dedication he put on there?
Oh, the dedication is probably the best dedication I ever read on a record.
Well, can you read it to us?
Yes. And many thanks to the creator for all the beautiful women in the galaxy. The inspiration enhanced the creation of this album. So he had a boner the whole time he was recording.
Was
Yeah.
Jesus his co-pilot on that one? What's going on?
You know, you're not allowed to speak while I'm speaking, okay?
Was he playing the upright organ?
Oh, that's a good one.
So Cecil McBee's on here. Michael Galvin, Larry Killian. Bob Thiel produced this. Obviously, it was his label. But I mean, it was nice to pick it up for no money at all. Okay.
All right, stop. Hang on. Pause. So, what are y'all's thoughts on Lofty? A lot is being said about how she's reviving jazz.
So Lofi, she's on her second record already. She's the most streamed jazz artist for 2022 and 23, I think.
I'm not familiar. I'll have to check that out.
She sings really good. She sings really well. Definitely worth checking.
Yeah. Thank you for the
no.
cock blocking, Chris.
I mean,
It's-
yeah.
You know, she really a part of the jazz community. I mean, now she's starting to do stuff with Nora Jones.
Yeah,
but
she's more the pop side.
I don't see her.
Yeah,
Like
no,
and Nora Jones is a perfect example. When she came up, she played with jazz musicians. Until recently, with her association with Nora Jones, it's really the first that I'm hearing of her actually.
Yeah.
But if she is getting into the community and she's bringing young people, that's a good thing either way, right?
But, I mean, that's another. What young? I mean, I guess it's what community you're part of, because the young community in New York that listens to jazz, and they're not, singing the praises of Lafayette as a jazz.
You know what's interesting on that note? Kind of when I went and saw Yusuf, is it Days? Is that how you say his last name? Does anybody know? That's how I say it. Whatever. He's a English drummer, jazz drummer. I went and saw him last week, and it was a fucking killer show. But what was cool is there's tons and tons of young people there. I mean, which he's a young guy, so it makes sense. But it's just nice to see, young people digging jazz. Like in New York, I'm sure there's a community, but it's really hard to find elsewhere, Mike.
Yeah.
Right, but here, like in the comments, of people saying Nora Jones is not jazz. I'm not saying she is jazz, but when she works, and she has jazz musicians in her band. She's worked with Peter Martin. You can name a large list of jazz musicians that she's actually worked with.
She's on the Anthony Wilson record I have, and they do like a duet. He's on guitar.
That's like saying Tony Bennett wasn't jazz, but he worked with jazz musicians. I mean,
for the record, I didn't say Tony Bennett wasn't jazz.
Mike, you got a complex.
Yeah, no shit.
Let me tell you, I have a few triggers because of all of you.
Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on the way you see it. I mean, Nora Jones has been there for like 20 plus years, right? I think she's got a solid career at this point. She doesn't,
So how did Jenny Lewis get signed to Blue Note?
I don't know.
Can we do who's punk and who's not next?
No, please, God, say this. No.
We can do 80s.
Can I go back to showing records, or you get
No, I wanted to say real quick.
80s Prague.
Louis is Green Day punk?
Oh my God.
Green Day's punk, yeah.
Oh yeah. It was more.
There's
one of the less legit.
Came up from Gilman Street, yeah, for sure.
Listen, people. So some of us were lucky to receive packages from an audience member, and it's like almost 4 a.m. where he's at. So I thought we could talk about the records we got.
That's cool. Yeah, let's do it.
Rob, do you want to show the records you got first from our friend Angelo?
Okay.
I'm gonna hop in. I gotta get going. So
this is so rudely that I've been cut off, and Joe needs to leave.
All right, Joe.
I'll see you guys
Good
later.
catching up.
See you, buddy.
Yeah.
See you, Joe.
I'll listen to some piano trio while I'm gone. So
That'll be good. I mean, I don't know if it's an AGK free zone, Paul, but
what?
Never joined us.
Who's throwing pots?
Oh,
Why is that even being mentioned?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Never mind.
What?
Let's not go there.
Well, why not? Okay, we'll show what
Show our
Andrew
presence.
says to everyone. Yeah. Okay, Angelo Kelly was very nice to reach out to the Jazz Bums and I, and send some VCLT.
Mazzy got some stuff too, right? Mazzy, did you get something from Angelo?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, hold on. You'll get to go, Mazzy. Sit back and just.
I just got a cue, so shut the fuck up, dude.
No, what cue? He asked
Mike
me to go.
just mentioned my name.
Right, and you can sit there quietly and wait till it's your turn.
Okay.
So it's a cue, it's a sequence. First Rob, then
Make Mazzy big. Make Mazzy big and let him show his first.
No, go ahead.
No. Rob, okay.
Showing that for now. Yes, very good.
You go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Happy now?
I'm Shut the fuck
up.
God. So he was nice enough to, if you don't know Angelo, he's big on naked feet.
Yes.
He traced his feet, and he's famous for his pee-pee song, and he autographed it. Very nice of him. It's a unique
Angelo,
piece of art that
personally,
currently is on German eBay right now.
Mhm.
Okay. He was very nice to send a Chico Hamilton test pressing
Ooh.
of one of his albums that came out in the 70s. This is called the Mercury. It is Catwalk.
Very
Test
neat.
pressing. Yes, very cool.
That's
But
awesome.
the cool thing he sent, and let me get rid of those to the private note. He sent me the Chad reissue of this Helen Merrill record.
Oh, cool.
It is excellent. If you like female vocal jazz, I like vocal jazz with a very simple band behind it, like Julie London, guitar and bass. This is her with Clark Terry on trumpet, Jimmy Jones on piano, and Oscar Pettiford on bass. Just those three instruments, and it's excellent. Excellent.
That's kind of a stretch on the inside of that gatefold. Like they were just digging for shit to put on there. I mean, it's kind of cool. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't know how many. I know I've come across a very beat up OG of this.
Yeah,
and I sold it for $50. This is an expensive original record.
No, I definitely want a copy of that. I just haven't bought one yet. Isn't that back in stock at Acoustic Sounds? I don't remember.
I think most things are back in stock, but this is an excellent record. Sounds really.
There was like a G plus on Discogs today for $125, I think.
Wow, I sold mine for $50.
Yeah.
So excellent record. You should get it. Stream it first is what I always say.
For sure.
All right. Thank you,
Mr. Manslov.
What you got, Mazzy?
But it's not jazz. Okay, well, Angelo sent me a nice copy. What I haven't listened to it yet. I've been busy today with wankerism, and I did my recording my wanker video. But he signed it, which is nice. His record that came out this year, all analog, and it follows the all analog procedure with images on the inside. It's got a song that I'm excited to hear. I'm a big fan of Shenandoah, Oh Shenandoah, this classic folk song. I mention it because it's on the new Rufus Folkocracy record, but I have a million versions of that song. Does Greensleeves? I bet you this is a beautiful sounding record. I haven't heard it yet, so I will hear it. He also sent me Le Fields Day. I'm not going to try. He says it has notes and everything. He says this is a great band. I have not heard this. He sent me I have Ben Harper CDs, but apparently this is an instrumental Ben Harper record. I love Ben Harper. I saw him open up once at a club in San Francisco, Great American Music Hall, for Yoko Ono, which was kind of cool. So I'm looking forward to this. Then he sent me this, which I'm going to forward when I see Rachel, because I have it. But this is Beatles for Sale with an Australian cover, Australian pressing. But I already have a copy, so I'm going to pass it forward.
Beatles.
Very generous. I mean, very sweet. Yeah.
Hey, Mazzy, you ever get dinner and sit upstairs on the top at the Great American and eat during a show?
I have. You know, I've sat up there, but I've had dinner downstairs. I've never had dinner upstairs. No. But I've probably been there 300 times. That place.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite places. But I never had dinner. And I went to I think it was Red House Painters, and I had dinner, and I was like, this is kind of cool.
Well, I saw the Red House Painters there, but this was like 20 plus years ago.
Yeah, that's when I was same show.
Yeah.
All right, who's next? Who's next showing the Angelo stuff? Mike?
Wow.
Yeah, I'll do it. So obviously got his new record, Grace. Greensleeves was a standout for me, but he really digs deep in a few of these songs. And so really cool record. And like Mazzy said, it's AAA. Why am I blurry?
I'm sorry, but what does Angelo play? What instrument?
He is a vocalist, and then he's playing acoustic guitar.
Okay.
And it's like folk music. And
he plays the ukulele.
Angelo was born in, where was it? Like Portugal Germany? Or something. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he's part of the Kelly family who like tour like
German to Irish, isn't he? Kind of part.
Yeah, they're like extremely famous.
They used to rob banks and then play concerts.
They rob banks. Well, anyway, so from what I understand, you know, he broke off on as a solo career, but it's still like it's a family oriented kind of group.
Yep.
And anyway, this is his.
Have you heard of Machine Gun Kelly? That's where we were from.
That's his brother.
Mazzy mentioned that they do the all analog stuff, but these are the insert. It shows the cutting lathe, and Angelo, as you know, it's him here, you know, in the process with the mastering engineer, and this is a UME release. And Electrola it looks like is the label. So anyway, this was cool, and he sent it. It's limited. I got the limited copy on like emerald green vinyl.
What number are you?
Number 11. What are you?
11.
11.
Wow. I'm 230.
11.
He does say on his inscription not to say that I'm his favorite person in the VC.
What the hell? He told me I was his favorite. Did he say you're his favorite too, Mazzy?
It's a stamp.
Thanks for years of amazing videos on music and what is that word? It's
wankerism.
Next time use silver. Music and life and music and life. I love that. It's actually
you can stream this. You could stream Grace on Spotify at least. I know that for sure. And so you can go check it out. And it's definitely worth checking out. It's great. And then Green Sleeves was my favorite. So
it's it's much better than Blowout, that Japanese thing.
Yeah.
I love that record. Jazzmatazz. That's a great record.
So this is an original European pressing with obviously it's a Guru, but I listened to it once. The lyrics are pretty cool. I mean, there's some really cool stuff. And then to have those jazz samples with a hip hop beat is pretty much like kind of how
What'd you say about hip hop?
It's not sample. The whole principle of Jazzmatazz was to record with and playing. It's not sample.
Oh, I thought he said.
Have you heard that before?
That's the whole idea.
The hip hoppy.
That's a fucking great record.
Well, it is. It's not,
I was at a restaurant the other night and that was playing. It was great.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What was wrong with me saying a hip hop beat?
Hip hoppy?
Hip hop beat.
Oh, I think you said hip hoppy.
No.
Hip hoppy, man. Hip hoppy sounds cool.
That hippity hop music.
Don't make me sound greater
It
than
makes
I am.
more sense that he would say
I love hippity hop.
I'm already struggling here. Jesus.
So
I apologize.
Thank you.
No, but the whole idea of Jazzmatazz, if you read the liner notes, he's saying, I don't want to sample the guys. I want to bring them to play with me.
You don't even have to read the liner notes. He says it on the first track.
Yeah. And
But that was the time when like Us Three and all those bands were sampling Blue Note.
Oh
stuff.
yeah.
So it was.
I forgot. Cantaloupe
You
Island.
could mix up if you listen to all that stuff. You know.
Yeah.
All right, keep going, Mike. Keep going. Fight for it.
I haven't done my due diligence with this. I haven't listened to it, but I know that the original pressing of this it's an Irish pressing, and it's a it's an expensive record, really expensive record. This is a reissue that came out, so Angelo sent it to me. I did take it out and clean it, so it's queued up. I'm gonna listen to it soon. But this is, I don't know. I don't want to be too reductive. I think it's experimental. I don't think it's jazz per se, but this is.
I'm surprised he didn't send either of us some Christy Moore records. When I went to Ireland, all I wanted to buy was Christy Moore records.
And the final one here is part of a series. I think German radio station. This is from '79. I think this is like a highlights of the music they played there. Woody Shaw is on one of the tracks, and I haven't dove into this just yet, but this looks cool too. Angelo says he has every record in the series, and just sent me an intro. So looking forward to this one as well. So thank you, Angelo. Very cool.
Hey,
thank you, Angelo. Seriously.
All you Jazzmatazz guys, did any of you get MC Solar's first record, Pros Comba?
I did.
Yeah. It's amazing. If you like Jazzmatazz, get MC Solar's first record. It is.
And that was the whole time. Even I know it's not the same, but when Tricky first came out.
Oh yeah. Okay,
it's all that period, you know.
Yeah, there was. I
have all CDs of that stuff.
Yeah, brand new heavies.
Yeah.
That Mad Lib record that got reissued on the Classic Series is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah.
Mike left, I wanted to
Massive,
comment
all the
on it.
Massive Attack stuff.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean. I don't even know why I did that.
All right, here, check mine out. So
I think Tricky's only on the first Massive Attack album.
Two got a wonderful copy of Angelo's new record, and then he sent me this, which is kick ass.
Oh wow!
Suzuki. Okay.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Suzuki +1, yeah, it's fucking awesome.
Where'd you get that?
From Angelo, he sent it to
Angelo.
me. In my
We're on
Christmas-
the Angelo gravy train. Didn't you know that, Brandon?
Well,
Is
this
it a
really
reissue
good record.
or?
Oh, it's from '79.
I think it's
Wow.
a second. I think it's
How
a
cool.
second press. Yeah.
It's impressed. Fucking awesome.
That's the one I have.
Is Roy Orbison on the back of that?
No, that's not Roy Orbison, bro.
What's the label?
Three Blind Mice.
Oh, it's on Three Blind. That probably sounds
Oh, yeah.
amazing.
It does.
yeah.
It sounds
It
cool.
sounds amazing.
This does sound amazing.
It's got a Sao
It
Suzuki.
has the soul of a milkshake, probably.
What does that mean?
You know you can mute him.
That's true. I can. No, you should stream this, Mazzy. It's totally
No,
different.
no
I've heard
East
it. I
House
have heard
Suzuki
it. I have.
haters, Mazzy. No
Yeah.
East House Suzuki haters.
No, you know what it is? I said it. It's like that Hilton Hotel loungy jazz
This
bar.
is not like that though. So this
No,
has
absolutely not.
Suzuki plays bass and cello, and then Kazumi Watanabe plays guitar, and then a guy named something Eno plays bass. So there's two bass players and a drummer. So it's really bass forward. There's a lot of stuff with like somebody playing bass, somebody playing cello. It's pretty different, but it's really good. Really excited for that one.
Yeah.
And then the other one he sent me, which is awesome, is this one here. So this is an Impulse. I think it was from '69. I don't know anything about Emil Richards. This is like it's called Journey to Bliss, Emil Richards and the Macrotonal Blues Band. This is super spiritual jazz, and it's got this this cool art on the back.
That's wild.
Yeah, and it kind of sounds like you would expect it to. So it's got like 4 tracks and different time signatures, and they're called Mantra, Bliss, Maharimba, and Enjoy. Then it's got like 10 people playing on it. Tom Tedesco plays on it, which I thought was interesting. Yeah, it's really, really cool record.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is
really,
it like a multi kind of like different styles of music put together, or?
No, it's all pretty like kind of Indian East Asian influence sounding, really, which kind of makes sense for the time period I'm seeing here when it was recorded. If I can find it, yeah, I don't know. I think it was '69 or something like that. So that was really cool. But this one was just a really killer record. So thank you, Angelo, for that. Felipe, what do you?
I want to be your friend.
Too late, man.
You have to kill someone.
Yeah, you have to kill someone for him.
It sounds more like a gang.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the Kelly gang.
Yeah, it's the Kelly gang, exactly. What you have, Felipe?
I got 3 as you did, Chris. Of course, I'm not going to show Angelo's record again. Everybody showed to the exhaustion. I don't need to show it. He sent me this Chad record here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's pretty good. But here's the killer one. I think Louis is going to like this one.
Yeah.
I have an OG of this, but he sent me a promo copy. Doesn't even have a cover. It's the Ramones Local Live.
Oh, cool.
Oh wow.
What is it? What now?
It's the Ramones Local Live promo copy. It's a '92 Ramones record.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
Yeah, this record sounds better. I mean, I had an OG back from Brazil. This one sounds marginally better, and it's cool. They also even say the official bootleg. So I love it. It just has like some explanation here. Very simple. It's just a promo. Doesn't even have a cover. Probably came out before that the cover was made or printed. But this was awesome. I love this. It's a great show.
Very cool.
Thank you, Angelo. I really liked it. I really dig it.
Can you show that Louis record again?
It's more like an EP. Has one song on each side.
Yeah, but St. James Infirmary is such an amazing.
Yeah, I like the voice by explaining it. It's so
good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Playing
the White
piano.
Stripes playing St. James Infirmary is awesome.
So are they longer tracks then, or no?
No, it's a 45. No, they're not super long, Chris. No.
Oh, it's a 45. It's a single disc
Yeah.
45.
Let me see if I get the time here. Timestamp. Yeah, it's a 45. No, like 5 minutes on each side.
Cool. That's interesting.
Silver label. Yeah, pretty good.
It's Analog Productions.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Chad's Cakes.
Cool. So everybody go check out Angelo Kelly's album Grace. Go stream that. Check it out.
And
Yeah.
stream his Christmas song. It's good.
And yeah, he has a Christmas album out too.
Is that the PP one, or is that something different?
No,
The
don't
people one.
don't humorize his Christmas song's good. It's a nice celebration of the holiday.
Nice.
All right.
I do have some stuff I could show.
Well, hold on. I was cockblocked by exactly
All right.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're a little testy tonight, Rob.
I'm not testy. I'm just saying.
It's the menopause.
Sure. It seems as though when the respect was given, I sound just like AGK, don't I?
Yeah, oh, snap.
So the last record I found at the thrift store was like a hard to find record. I found
Cool.
a
Hubba,
copy of the Playboys, which is picture of Heath.
Picture of Heath.
Yeah.
But I did weirdly enough in the last couple of weeks, I found a 1965 mono of it. And I found the OG, and I have the Tone Poet. And
you have your 1964 issue of July Playboy magazine.
You are allowed to mute yourself and say this stuff to yourself to go, should I really say this on a live in front of 153 people?
DC is missing you right now.
Yeah.
I've lived here for longer than I ever lived in DC. No. Okay. So I did a kind of a shootout where this 65 is a little muddy sounding. And obviously anyone who got the Tone Poet, it was mastered kind of hot because it made people's turntables skip. And then it forced people to recalibrate their tone arms and their cartridges.
Or just correctly calibrate.
Yeah, correctly. And I will have to say, I would probably label this VG G plus to VG minus. The music is loud and sounds really good. This sounds the best. It's warmer, more evened, more detailed. The instruments on this, the instruments are not separated.
What about the Tone Poet?
Does it jump?
Does your very bright.
Does your needle turntable jump? Your arm jump like on the Tone Poet for some people?
No, because this is not mastered hot. It sounds good. So if you can get this OG, I don't think it's all mono. There was never a stereo version of this. This, along with the cover, this sounds pretty good. I'll probably sell this anyway. So,
yeah.
All right. The next, I picked up this OG Barney Kessel.
Yeah, I've got that. It's good.
Yeah, it's a good record. This is very clean, both the cover and the vinyl of it.
Nice. Well, who's on that?
It's Marvin Jenkins. Don't know Marvin. Jerry Good. I think I've heard of Stan Popper. And Marvin Jenkins gets an agreement. He was on. Does anyone have any Orvox records?
No.
I don't know Orvox. Okay. This album is excellent. If you can find a copy of this Coleman Hawkins Today and Now, this is an OG mono.
I think I have that. I think I have I think I have 70s of that.
This is excellent. So he's on here with Tommy Flanagan.
Yeah.
And that's dirt on the cover. He wasn't in a fight or something. Major Holly. And,
Ground control to Major Holly.
Man, it's amazing. The brain just keeps working.
If you play those two chords backwards, Brendan,
it's the ginkgo biloba.
Okay. I know Chad put out a 45 of this, but this OG mono, which I have a bunch of her stuff, OG mono, This is excellent. It might even be better than her original album. My name, Julia, is her name.
Yeah,
that's the second one, right?
This is the second one.
That's a great
And
record.
This is great, and it's the same lineup, I believe. She's playing with Red.
So yeah, Chad put this one as a stereo.
Yeah, this is mono, and it's
Bobby Troop, did Bobby Troop produce it again?
Yeah, Bobby Troop produced it, which was
the photo on the second one is much more attractive of her than the one on the first.
Yeah, this one looks like she's not up for fun on this.
Right.
But it's Red Mitchell and Harold Roberts on guitar. So I think
Do you remember her from Emergency, the TV show?
Yeah, her and Bobby Tripp were on it together. But she always came up to me as overly worried about everything that was happening.
She was a nurse. She was worried about.
Chad did a good version of Latin and Satin. That's a great one. Too.
Yeah, this is excellent. Okay, I have a late 70s reissue of this.
Maybe.
But I found in stereo, I found an OG mono in really nice shape.
Ooh, nice.
This one. So
what's the reissue of? Is it Cadet?
It's a Cadet reissue. I'm gonna put that. It's in the pile.
If you don't throw it in my pile.
In your pile.
Yeah.
Looks like an all green cover.
I'll put it in your pile, Mike. But you have to apologize for cock blocking me. Never mind. You want it? I'll put it in your pile. Okay.
How many piles do you have for people?
Right. A lot. I have a box where I'm just holding records for people.
Yeah, but I have my own box, right?
Yes.
I have none.
It's right next to the toilet. Sometimes I'm
next to your pillow. Oh.
I think you have.
Does anyone have this record?
No, is it any good?
I played it. Yeah. It's a live show, right?
Yes. So he's with. This is very affordable record. It's on Milestone. But I have not come across a bad McCoy Tyner record. So he's on here with George Adams, Charles Fambro on bass, Joe Ford on flute. I don't even know. Does anyone know this guy, Sunship?
He's got a cool hat, so he's got to be awesome.
And then
Franco?
Yeah, he's Brazilian. Yeah.
So I haven't listened to it yet, but it's beautiful.
McCoy Tyner put a lot out for Milestone, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I love that Is it Atlantis? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, that's a live album. That's really good.
So fucking good, man.
I have the two 80s reissues of this that sound excellent. So I want to do a comparison. This is a Van Gelder White Bee. So I'll probably get rid of which doesn't sound the best to me. So this is a great live album. It's got, what is that guy's Pee Wee Marquette?
Yeah, I have the 2 volumes of the the Blue Notes classic.
Okay, last 2 records. I found this very cheap, but I realize it goes for 30s on up.
Some dough goes for some dough, is like we traditionally
some money. It looks cheesy. This looks cheesy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is an amazing sounding live recording. So side 1 is John Coltrane, McCoy Tyner, Billy Higgins, and Stephen Davis on bass. Awesome. Side 2 is Lee Morgan, Wayne Shorter, Bobby Timmons, Jimmy Rouser, and Art Taylor. This is an amazing sounding live record.
Can you show the label?
Yeah. What's the year of the recording, Rob?
This is from the early 60s, I think. It's
to be later, right?
It might be late 50s.
It also comes in a 2 LP box, apparently. That's great.
I would try. I would get this. I was floored how good this sounds.
That's cool.
Yeah, is that roulette?
Yeah,
it's roulette.
It's so mafia, so no one gets paid.
Yeah,
but I have a roulette because I have the MoFi of the Ellington Armstrong, so I'm going to sell one of my roulettes. That sounds great. Chad did a video of records that sound
roulette stuff's interesting. Some of them sound really good, and some of them are not good sounding.
I wish every live recording. This sounds like it's much later than it was. That's how good the recording is of this.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I highly recommend trying to find this.
Yeah,
you will not be disappointed.
Check this out. There's a comment. Sunship Theus on that McCoy LP played and recorded with Horace Tapscott.
Oh, thank you for saying that. Okay, this is the last one, and this is the record everyone should pick up.
This is the record from the thumbnail for tonight.
Yes, and in fact, the person who first talked about this last week, Brandon, because a friend loaned him an OG of this.
That's right.
There he is. But this reissue, Candid just put it out. It's like $23 on Amazon. Is amazing. This thing sounds killer. Brandon, you listened to the OG you have. Right?
I listened to the OG and I actually ordered. I found an OG from Japan for $20.
Yeah,
$12 shipping. It should be here tomorrow. But I would recommend that record in whatever form you get it.
Here's my usual problem with most jazz records. The bass is so horribly recorded. When they go into a bass solo, it feels like the bass is in the back corner of the room. The bass is so well recorded on this. In fact, each instrument is. But the plucking of the strings, it's like the bass is in the room with you, even on my setup.
Yeah,
I cannot recommend this album. I mean, Jimmy Jufrey is I don't think he's an acquired taste. He's avant-garde. I don't think he goes like full free jazz.
He's not really that out there, though.
No, but this is so good.
I like
I
it.
can't even put it into any more words.
Okay.
Pick this up and then you'll start buying all Jimmy Jufrey stuff.
Yeah,
Felipe,
I mean, I was
a-
already a big fan, but I didn't know that record, and I love it.
Do you have a solution for that record, Felipe? Oh, there you go.
You know, Felipe's the carrot top of the jazz bums.
Do they
So
send
that originally was on Choice Records, and then Candid looks like is the reissue label there.
Right. So last month, which I am selling, I found another OG. They have a Toots Themens record with Cecil McBee and Joanne Burkeen.
Mm-hmm.
That's an excellent record too.
Yeah.
So they both just reissued this and that one. Pick both of those up.
Yeah, man, you should reconsider your Candid position. I know you got burned and were hurt, but some of the records they reissued are
You're talking to me? You're talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I did order. Wax suggested that to me the other day, and I ordered it. I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, cool.
So, but that last
Hopefully
time,
it won't take 9 months.
all those 9 Candids or 12 Candids I ordered, I canceled that. It took months, and they fucked me over, so I just didn't bother.
It's consistency.
I trusted the jazz bums in those days, but we'll see what happens.
I didn't tell you to order all 9 of them before they were released at once, man.
Yeah. Well, Maz, you get independent now. Once you become corporate, you just want profit.
Yeah.
Who's corporate?
Don't trust us. Yes.
You're corporate or I'm corporate?
I don't know.
We have merchandise. We're corporate. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's tons of live jazz musicians. We've showed a bunch of records from them tonight, SJ.
Yeah.
Hey, so Music Talk with John. You now have more jazz records than Murdered Bodies, right?
Yeah.
Let us know in the comments below.
Hey, can I show some stuff?
Oh, of
Yeah.
course. Always,
Yeah.
dude.
Absolutely.
As
All
long
right,
as
you-
Mazzy doesn't interrupt you while you're trying to show him.
No, I'll kick his ass if he does.
Oh,
Do it.
Oh,
you're gonna do it.
You guys just did an interview with the J. Cone.
yes.
Yeah. And he talked about the solo recordings that they're doing.
With Ray Angry.
They've already done the David Murray, which they released earlier this year. Then he talked about the James Carter and their solo baritone, and there's a Warren Wolf solo vibes that's coming out. Yesterday, I was at the Jazz Record Center, and I picked up the James Carter. And people, I don't know how many people out there know about James Carter, but he's a freaking monster player. Detroit guy, just saxophone. He's just amazing. He had some great recordings on DIW. He was signed to Atlantic for a number of recordings. They're all excellent. But I'm really looking forward to this. And there's that's a great photo also on the back
So
cover.
Oh,
when did
that's
that
so
come
cool.
out?
It came out this year.
Yeah.
So
You just like it
and-
because your name's on the cover. There's two
No.
mics.
Wait.
Ah,
So
that's funny.
did he name the song after jazz musicians? What are the song titles?
Yeah, one's Prince Lachey. Yeah, he's an amazing player. He just plays a whole lot of saxophone. And another, just continuing in the solo recording mode, I picked this up. Kurt Licey is an amazing player. He's in his, I think, mid 80s now, so he may not be around much longer. But this is a solo recording from 2021 that I've listened to online. Just a really beautiful player, and he was one of the guys back in, I want to say, in the 80s that really started just performing Wayne Shorter compositions. And even on this recording, he's still doing it. Just a beautiful player. So like I said, he's in his mid 80s now. I know in the early 2000s he relocated to France, but this is really worth checking out. Just excellent. And I am showing this is just a black cover, but this is the trumpet player Ambrose Akinamisur, his solo recording.
Cool.
And I'm not very big on his latest release, the trio recording, but solo recording I would really recommend. And then this is something that I picked up on, I ordered on Discogs. This is Peter Leach. Peter Leach is a Canadian guitarist. He's based in New York, but right now he's probably not in really good health, but amazing player. He did a lot of recordings with John Hicks that are outstanding. I think one of them's on the Reservoir. Some of them are most of them on the Reservoir label. Probably only you may find one on vinyl, but most on CD. Just excellent recordings. And Peter Leach is actually somewhat active on social media. In one of the things on Facebook, someone posted a Kenny Barron album, and he commented on it 2 days ago. So but just all this stuff with John Hicks is excellent if you can find it, and it shouldn't be that difficult to find. And then I picked up some Criss Cross recordings. This Warren Marsh with Hank Jones. It's freaking outstanding. I mean, this is the first time they played together, and it's really good. I mean, the title song is excellent. Hank's tune, I think basically all of side B is just outstanding. And this was when Criss Cross was first started recording stuff. I had posted this in one of the Facebook groups, and the recording engineer commented saying that this was actually his first session. And the recording engineer is Max Ballerman, and some people, they call him like the Dutch Rudy Van Gelder. So
they had a copy of that Stormy and Lou went today, and we both left it.
Should have picked it up.
I know his Atlantic stuff, so it must be like
I picked another one. I picked up another Warren Marsh.
Actually, that's the one I had. That's the one I had.
Yeah. So that's good. And then I picked up this. This is Kevin Hayes Trio. Kevin Hayes was one of the Young Lions around the same time as James Carter's coming up. He was signed to Blue Note for a number of years. This is a really nice trio recording. This is sort of a Mazzy trio. They do like Carole King,
Wait.
Paul, Paul Simon.
What the hell?
I'm helping you out.
Are you saying like I'm a singer-songwriter, 70s white guy, folk singer?
He's saying when you go to a weddings, you do the white man overbite dance.
And they do Paul
So
McCartney.
basically, he's
Fool on the Hill.
He's
I'll just
appropriating
wait.
all the Jewish folk singers and all the Jewish
there you
songwriters
go.
of the early 70s.
But Kevin Hayes, he's an excellent player. I don't know. I have a number of his recordings.
Paul
Like I said, he
McCartney
was signed to
song,
Blue
okay.
Note. He's actually putting out his own stuff on his own label. I'm actually waiting for the vinyl of his latest project. So, and then the last one is this one here. Ballister. It's this alto tenor. Well, the saxophone player Dave Rempis, based out of Chicago. This just came out. It's on. I guess it's his own label. It's called Aerophonic. Limited. They issue stuff on vinyl in limited numbers, but this is from a live session. It's saxophone, cello, and drums. And the cellist is this guy, Fred Lomberg Home, who used to be based in Chicago, but now he lives in upstate New York. And I like a lot of his recordings. And Dave Rempis, I know because of his association with another tenor player based in Chicago, Ken Vandermark. And this is, when they release stuff on vinyl, it's really inexpensive. I think this was like $20. So that's all the stuff I have.
That's awesome, Mike.
Yeah.
I only know, is it Warren Marsh? Am I getting his first name right?
Yeah.
I know his Atlantic stuff. He has one record with Lee Konitz, and then he has a separate one with like Philly Joe, like the lineup is insane.
Yeah, I have
I know he's got a prolific career out. That was his early stuff.
Well, Mike on Record Store Day, for Record Store Day, the Chet Baker not Record Store Day, I'm wrong. There's a Chet Baker record that Elemental reissue of Criss Cross. It's the only time Warren Marsh and Chet Baker played together.
That's good.
Right.
You can get that, even though they came up at the same time,
Yeah.
Mike,
so
he had a long career, especially late 70s. But technically, I think he was having some issues. There even some stuff that he did with Bill Evans that never got released because he couldn't play well. Yeah.
What were we gonna say, Mike? Mike?
Well, follow up to that, Felipe, because he had like a drug addiction or something.
I don't know. He was playing like too loud, and was not like being able to play consistently. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all. That's what was saying in his book.
We got 2 or 3 different records that he did with Lee Konitz that are really good.
Yeah. Oh, those are great. Yeah.
All right. Can I show some records?
Of course.
Got some badass shit to show.
No one believes you.
All right.
Is this virtual records, or are you gonna
get that out of here?
Is this the first time that they'll ever be seen on a stream?
That's the best record of all time this week.
Tonight.
Just as a quick thing, I showed this. This is
no.
I'm only showing that because I got another audio quest. This is Larry Willis Sextet, and I didn't realize I knew Larry Willis. So he played keyboard.
You got the cables, Mike?
What's that? No, I didn't get the cables, but I do want to.
That does look like an AI generated album cover, though.
So Larry Willis, famously keyboardist for Blood, Sweat, and Tears. He's also on Blue Note Records, like Lee Morgan's Infinity. He plays on Lee Morgan's Infinity.
He's on right now with Jackie McLean.
And another Jackie too. I forget that. And then he's on a Joe Henderson Mile. I mean, he's on Roy Hargrove stuff. Like Clifford Jordan. He's incredible resume. And he plays Curtis Fuller's on this. And then also, I forget his name. It's like, who's Monk's drummer? Is it Dan Riley? Am I getting that first name right? whatever. It's Monk's drummer, and he started
Ben
in like
Riley?
Ben Riley.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So he played with Monk's band when like Charlie Rouse was already part of the band.
Yep.
He joined it, and then I think the quintet changed over, but he was part of Monk's band as well. So anyway, so this sounds phenomenal, and you can get this for like $30. Mike, I think you have a copy of this.
Yeah. Mhm.
And anyway, so I just haven't really been exposed to these Audio Quest records. I bought another one. I have one in the mail that's coming. I think they're worth definitely sampling because they're incredible quality, and some of them are really affordable still, which is kind of insane. So this is from '93. So I want to show
Nuts
that.
and Tones, Mike, real quick. Who was the drummer that Monk had that decided he wanted to go be an actor? You remember?
No.
Drummer.
Peter
Yeah, it was
Criss.
in the book. It was in the book. I can't remember. It wasn't Peter Criss. I know that for sure. Anyway, go ahead, Mike.
Johnny
All right.
Carson.
Yeah.
I have a couple piano trio records, and then I'm done.
Oh,
Good
I'm
thing
glad you
Joe's
showed
gone.
him now, not when Joe was here.
Yeah.
This one came up for
Freak
like
out.
the cover's VG because the top is split a little bit. The record itself looks like there's no spindle marks, and this is like an old like 1955, 54, 56, something like that. This is a touch of Taylor, and
Just a touch.
yeah, this is my first Billy Taylor record.
Oh, cool.
I've kind of like ignored his catalog because I've just focused on other stuff. I mean, I'm just really diving into Ahmad Jamal's Argo stuff, which is like insane, but like it just takes me a while to find the path to these. So anyway, got this. This is a Plastilite pressing. That's the ear. It's NYC label. Really good. This is in terms of fidelity. It's not the best, but it's really good. I think this is probably a compilation of earlier stuff like 10-inch error, maybe 78 error. It sounds good. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like sometimes these early Prestige sound incredible. I was really hoping it would be one of those, but it still sounds really good. I mean, it's a really good trio. They do a bunch of standards on this, and Billy Taylor, early Prestige stuff, he has basically tons of 12-inch records. They just does standards with his group.
Yeah.
So this is 7001. So it's the first record in the 7000 series.
Hey,
which is also
I don't mean to
cool.
interrupt you, Mike, but I have a gift for you. I put in your pile. Can I show
Cool.
this?
Oh, and Brandon, you sent me a Billy Taylor record.
Okay,
I did.
I'm putting this in your pile, but here's the reason I'm putting it in your pile.
Okay.
It's autographed by Billy Taylor.
Nice.
Can you
Oh,
change it to
sweet.
say to Mike?
You just change your name to
Lloyd.
Lloyd.
No, you're Lloyd now.
So I didn't realize this, but Billy Taylor was kind of like a public face of jazz for
He had a
for a lot of
he had
people.
a PBS show for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't realize that, so I started digging into stuff. But yeah, Brandon, you sent me
You're welcome,
the one
Mike.
with the bee on the cover.
Say thank you
remember
to Rob.
I remember the one I sent you, but I don't remember the
I
title.
can't remember the name of it. Anyway,
I think
No,
it's,
have it.
was it on
it was on like MPS or something.
Oh, I thought it was on like Soul, like Prestige, one of Prestige's Soulsville or
No, it was later. I think it was MPS, but it could
Oh.
be like Saba or something like that. But
okay,
it's one of
that's
his like best selling. Okay,
Hey,
Now,
Mark-
take this real quick. Billy
Yeah.
Hart, or not Billy Hart, Billy Taylor. You're just talking about. He's on that the Johnny Hartman Beehive record, Once in Every Life. It's like one of the last records Johnny Hartman recorded. Really good record. Chad reissued it, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. But I've got that McCoy Tyner record, Tomorrow and Today, or Today and Tomorrow, whatever it's called.
Mhm.
I've got his personal copy.
what? That's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah,
Dang.
Billy Taylor's personal copy.
Is that a promo? Wasn't that a promo?
I don't know if mine's a promo.
I think it was a white label promo. I'm pretty sure it was a white label promo.
Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, I thought that was
This is
pretty
even
cool. My wife
cooler.
bought that for me.
Billy Hart's promo of that
Yeah.
awesome record.
Billy
McCoy
Taylor.
Tyner record. That's like insane.
Yeah,
All right, and then I actually have one more after
yeah,
this,
it's a
but
promo. It's a white label
we're gonna
promo.
have to pivot to a classical bum, so I'll be brief with it because I don't really know much about it.
It makes it sound.
So I got
That's so classical.
how do you pronounce it? It's Umbra.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure this is Ahmad Jamal's Alhambra. So this is his club. He recorded in it, and I've been getting a few of his records. So I got Live at the Pershing here, Alhambra, Count 'em 88, and I'm not like buying all of his records, but like I'm going to try to start knocking them off because he has something like 16 plus records on Argo, another 4 or 5 on Cadet, and they're cool. They're all cool records. So this I put up, and a bunch of people said that this was their favorite. So I checked it out, and I found a super clean copy.
Wasn't it just
online.
Joe that said
And
that?
also, when I was kind of doing a little research on this, a Fremer interview came up, and Fremer said that he was playing this for that Kalen Cardello piano player that he released his record for. And Kalen was like, "Why didn't you make my record sound like this?" And he's like, "It sounds fantastic, but the tapes apparently are gone." And Fremer said that he found one of the. Remember, he like found a cache of like tape copies from like a producer. Yeah. He said he only found one. He couldn't find like tape one of it. But he said that the tapes were destroyed in a fire. There is a. What was the classic series Alto? I think there's an Alto analog reissue that goes for like $300 of this back in the 90s. But anyway, the music's fantastic. So I've been getting to Ahmad Jamal's trio sessions a little bit more, and it's been really fun. I've been enjoying it. So I picked up this one, and all his stuff is less than $20, like pretty much all of it.
Yeah,
this one actually
especially you can, if you look around, you can find a clean one for 15 to 20.
But it's hard to find a clean one, though.
These are
but
clean.
it is hard.
This one, I've been waiting to get a clean copy of this. This is like one of his more famous ones. And Chad reissued it. So I was waiting for that to come back in stock. Or if I could find a clean OG, for cheaper, I'd get that. This came up, I think, for $18, which this is now like a $40, $45 record. That's crazy. I know if you go to a shop, people still think it's a $5 record, so they might list it like that. But if they check Discogs, it's getting pricey. Clean copies of this.
Well, there's probably tons that are still sitting in the bargain bin that haven't been repriced.
Yeah, so if you can find it in your local, which I think shop like people are still thinking it's a cheap record, but apparently online.
Holy shit, that Chad record's going for $120 now. Holy crap.
Yeah, and the Alhambra Alto one is like $300.
It's not out of press, right? He just needs to repress it.
Well, I don't know. Let's see if you can pre-order it or not.
I still might get a Chad reissue of this just because I think this is like a record that would be cool.
Hello, Ken.
For me, I'd be curious to hear it.
Ken's in the
Oh, hey Ken. He paid $30 for a clean OG. Yeah, they're getting expensive.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't get it originally, because I was like, well, I could always get a copy. And then it was like, actually.
This is your downfall, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, because I went pretty hard on Argo, and I kind of skipped his stuff because I was like, I could always get his stuff. So now I'm finally going back to it. And anyway, there's like that Alhambra I got for everything less than 20. So if you wait, you can probably still find it online.
It says it's back ordered, but you can buy it. You can pre-order it right now. So they'll probably repress it at some point.
The AP?
Yeah. For $40. Yeah. But I mean, it could be 2 years for it.
What did you say at the Pershing is pretty? What would you say it costs?
I would say it's probably $40, give or take $5. For a VG plus near mint cop, like a clean clean copy. And there's also a stereo version. So here's something interesting. There's a stereo version and there's a mono version, and Chad's version is mono. So I don't know if the stereo tapes are destroyed or he preferred the mono take of it, but I thought that was kind of interesting because usually it seems like the reissue kind of approach is go with stereo if those tapes are in good condition.
Well, I can tell you this mono of this one sounds much better than the stereo. But although I have the Cadet one, which I'll put in your pile, this sounds amazing.
God, you're full of piles tonight, bro.
I have a pile for you, but it's all my trash.
And I'm
gonna start calling you Gomer.
I have one more to show, and honestly, I've listened to it once. I didn't do any like research on it, but I'm switching to classical bums. So zing, really quick. This is a MoFi of an EMI, I think, or like a His Master's voice pressing, and this is I don't know, what is this?
You did show that on my stream.
Rachmaninoff, Symphony No. 2. I reached out to Anthony from Audiophilia with a few records I was looking at my store. He said this one's probably one to grab. This conductor just passed away, and his records are seeing an increase in interest. So I grabbed this, and this was less than, I think this was like $15 or something like that. So, and this is on super vinyl. It's an early MoFi. So anyway, it sounds really good. I listened to it once. As you guys know, I'm trying to build out my classical collection, so this was a cool one to pick up.
Now, does the conductor make a difference? Like, is that who people are buying? As the conductor?
Well, the conductor. I mean, I'm not qualified to speak this, but the conductor handles the arrangement. So he is or she is the person who is interpreting what the music is on paper. And from what I understand, the music on paper can be interpreted extremely widely, depending on the piece.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, conductors are supposedly very important.
So obviously, like, players are important, but the conductors as well are super important. So that's one thing I'm learning. You know, I have way more to learn though. I can't really.
I conducted a symphony orchestra when I was in 7th grade for a minute. That was fun.
Cool.
Yeah. You also do a little symphony with your toots, right? You have
absolutely. I have a record coming out of those. It's only going to be $40.
Yeah, I get the Previn EMI. Cool.
Yeah.
The conductor is least important. Okay, thank you, Anthony.
Oh, correct.
Have you guys seen my Maestro?
Your Maestro?
No.
Maestro?
Is it about
Leonard Bernstein?
Leonard Bernstein.
Oh no, I've not.
I shut it off like 30 minutes in when they started doing like weird artsy show tunes.
Well,
yeah.
What do you mean weird? What, West Side Story?
No, they were doing on the town, and they were watching a performance, and then all of a sudden Bernstein was wearing a sailor costume.
You know, it's actually pretty good. It's less about the music than more about his relationship, his marriage, and his gayness, I guess, or bisexuality, whatever they call it. It was interesting that most of it is shot in 5:4. I mean, it's not not widescreen.
When he's back in the time, it's black and white and 5:4.
Yeah. Well, that's common. I actually liked it. I liked it more than I thought I would. I enjoyed it, but I wish they went into more of the musical stuff, because they there's a section where he's being interviewed for television, and they talk about, well, you've done West Side Story, you've done this and that, and they don't even get into that. They just kind of talk about it, and then they go on to something else way later.
Yeah. The flashbacks are in 5:4.
Yeah, the whole movie's in
black and white.
Pretty much. You know, the whole movie's in 5:4, which is ironic because I just watched last night Saltburn, the new movie Saltburn, which is on Prime. That's also in 5:4, which is bizarre to see these two movies. That is a wild, kinky, gothic film that you ought to check out. The woman, I forgot her name right now. Someone's going to tell me. It's her second film, but she, for a while, was a showrunner and a writer on Killing Eve, and she played Camilla in The Crown. She's a great fucking director. It's a sexual, sexual, creepy, gothic.
She won an Oscar, didn't she, for her first film?
She did for a screenplay.
Yeah,
she's amazing. So it's on Amazon Prime. It's in the theaters now too. A slow burn. It's kinky and homoerotic and interesting and suspenseful, Hitchcockian, but it is awkward in some. It's sort of like 5:4. The aspect
like
ratio.
the stream when you're interrupting people as they talk.
Yeah, thank you, Rob.
You're welcome.
Helpful. I got some more records to show.
Are these with Louis Records or by yourself?
No, these are from Notes and Tones Records. So,
Oh, freebies.
You look like Jazz Bomb Mike.
So I was talking about wanting a copy of this. This is the Jason Moran 2 LP that he did at Village Vanguard Thanksgiving. I don't know what year it was. What year was this, Mike? 2020 or something? Or
No, I can't remember.
It's like 2015, right?
2020.
Yeah, 16, 15.
2012. 2012.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Ooh, time
So
flies.
anyway, so this is I really wanted a copy of this, and it's super expensive now, and Mike graciously sold it to me for a very amazing price. So that was kick ass. And then,
Also, last time I was in Jazz Record Center, that was in the bins for the regular price. So, Ken, if you're watching and you want to get that,
It's still there. I was there yesterday. It's still there.
let me find that. He sent me some really cool records along with that one, which I'm trying to find now. Shit, here's some of them. I listened to this one yesterday. It was really good. So it's Joshua Redmond Quartet, Come What May. That was a really fun record. I like that one a bit. And then I haven't listened to this one yet, but I've got this in my want list, so I'm really happy to have this. So it's Art Farmer, Benny Golson, Jazz Tech, featuring Curtis Fuller, but it's on contemporary. So.
Yeah, that's a live recording, and there used to be a club in New York down the block from the Vanguard called Sweet Basil, and it was recorded there. And the only time I saw Art Farmer live was at Sweet Basil. I was sitting at the bar. It was probably a Wednesday night, and this is when I was in college. And Art Pepper comes out, and I can remember. I know Jerome Richardson was actually playing with him that night, and Art Pepper comes out, and I'm like the only like sort of young kid in the club that night. Art Pepper looks at me and gives me a nod and goes like, "Okay," like. Yeah, I was like, oh, he must think I'm cool or something because I'm the only. I was probably the only person under 30 in there that night.
Art Pepper or Art Farmer?
Art Farmer.
Yeah.
Art Farmer.
So I'm really excited about that because I like this is the era, like that Art Farmer PhD record that's so good, right? It's kind of similar era, so I'm really excited for that.
I have that here. It's good.
Oh, that one? Oh, sweet, perfect.
Yeah.
And Sweet Basil also had a great bartender. This guy, I'm gonna get probably it's been so long. I'm gonna get the name wrong. This guy named Cho, who was really cool behind the bar.
It's produced by Helen Keane too. That's Bill Evans' producer from around that time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she produced both of
Helen
those.
Keane managed and produced him. He was his manager.
And then you sent me this, which I haven't heard yet, but it looks
That's
awesome.
an excellent record.
Yeah. Pepper Adams, Zoot Sims, Tommy Flanagan, Mark Carter, Elvin Jones. I'm excited to check that out. I think there's another one that you sent too, which I've misplaced at the moment.
what's that called? What's that one called?
Encounter. I think this is a reissue. I don't know if that was the original.
It's a reissue.
Yeah, that's a reissue. But it's basically all Detroit guys.
Yeah, freaking sweet. So thank you, Mike. That was really
no problem.
Yeah. Just want to show one, Chris, just because Ken is watching us. And
Okay.
he posted it. Go back. That's a really good one. He also got a copy of Shooting's record.
Oh, cool.
This record is amazing.
Yeah, I want that record. I need a copy of that for sure.
Shooting Edenebatar Quartet, Rising Sun. She's a 25-year-old Mongolian piano player, phenomenal. She wrote and produced the whole record, and the lineup is killer here too.
Does she do throat singing?
No, dude, she's fucking killer.
Very funny.
That's cool, Felipe.
Yeah, it's a good record. I saw. I really like it, Cam. I think. I mean, it's very cohesive. By being a first record, I think it's very consistent, cohesive. She got a really good message all through, and I like the bass player. He's amazing. He's got some solo work too. On Act and some other European labels. Niels Kugelman on bass. This guy kills it. Really, really good band.
Yeah, we'll have an interview that's coming out soon with the owner of that label. But that Shooting record is really, really good.
It is.
Really good. I got a few more to show. So this was the other one that Mike sent us. Kick-ass Mulgrew Miller record on what is it, Landsmark? Mark, is this like a spinoff of Milestone or something? I saw Orrin Keepnews was the producer.
Yeah, it was Orrin Keepnews' label.
Yeah, that was his last label, and it was like all digital recording.
This one sounds really good. That's got Mulgrew Miller, Kenny Garrett, Steve Nelson, Sharnette Moffat, and then Tony Reedus on drums. So I did listen to this one today. It was really good. Now,
What's the style of that? Is that more like free stuff, or is it?
No.
Okay.
Straight ahead. Really good though. Mulgrew Miller's amazing.
Several gunshots on the record. You could hear them.
Yes.
I used to Mulgrew Miller. Gosh, I used to go see him a lot. And he's a really, really nice guy. I saw him at the Vanguard like a huge number of times. But he was a really nice guy. Would always like talk to you. Yeah. And speaking of the Vanguard, I went to see Kenny Barron earlier this week.
Yeah.
And it was a great show. And another nice guy. He was after the set, he went and like sat at the bar and started talking to people. And earlier Rob mentioned the violinist John Blake.
Yeah.
His son plays drums in Kenny Barron's group. And
cool.
and he's really nice too. I spoke with him, and both of them actually took photographs. I took my my cousin's son to see to the Vanguard. It was like his first time, and both of them took photographs with him and spoke with him. It was really cool for him.
Did he dig it?
Yeah, he loved it. He was like, I'm coming back in July. When are we gonna come? What are we gonna do? So it was pretty cool.
I saw Mulgrew a bunch of times with Tony when he was in Tony's court.
Yeah, he was in Tony's group. Yep.
Because Kenny Barron, the only time I see him coming here, he'll be in San Francisco in February.
Oh, cool! You should go to that, Mazzy.
Yeah.
He doesn't live in San Francisco, Chris.
Oh, that's true. Well, he's from San Francisco.
He talks about it all the time.
All right, so I have some stories to tell. I don't know if you can see it because I got a bunch of crap behind me, but see this black thing behind me, this like flat box thing. My wife bought me that for Christmas. Huh? What, Rob?
Flattener.
It's a flattener. It's an Orb record flattener. So I asked for the record pie, which cost about $300, and she bought me the $1,500 version instead, which is fucking amazing. Yeah, I flattened about 10 discs with it, and it's just worked perfectly. So this.
So do you buy warped records now to get them flattened? Because I rarely get warped records. So
I mean, I get a shit ton of warp records lately.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're Mazzy. He's not.
Yeah.
Fuck you guys, man. I don't get a lot of warped records. Why? I don't know.
Mazzy in 6 months, Maz is going to have a video about flattening records.
So I think I showed this before, but this is the latest from We Release Jazz. It's the Boliat Theres Quintet, which I'm totally butchering. They're a Swedish band that I've talked about a lot. But anyway, this was a live record they put out, 2 LP, and when I got it, they were both just super warped. I mean, they played, but it was just my stylus was just riding a roller coaster. But anyway, I flattened both of them, and they sound perfect now, so that's cool. So I'm gonna they're sending me replacements, so I'll have a copy of this for sale probably. This one is part of the Third Man 313 series. The first one I got was super warped and had a bunch of non-fill on it, so I got another copy from Blue Note. This one's perfect. It was warped too, but I flattened it. So it's like perfect now, which is awesome. Unfortunately, this one was the other one that I had problems with. Cox. I really like the music on here, but both copies just have terrible distortion on side 2.
Oh man,
in a bunch of places. So I guess I'm just going to give up on this one. I don't know.
Because I have that. I really like that. I like that better than the first Blue.
Yeah,
Note.
I did too. So maybe I'll bitch again and see if they'll send me a third one. I guess.
Did you order Club Mozambique yet?
No, I haven't ordered it yet, but I'm going.
My copy came perfect. That thing.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is, but I'm going to see if they'll send me a third one because I guess it's worth the effort. But I've got 2 kind of shit copies now. But anyway, but that's called the Orb Disc Flattener. It's from Japan. The thing is killer. I mean, you have to have a lot of warped records to pay for it, I guess. But it's really worked. It's really worked well. I cleaned it already, Roberto. I'm not an idiot, man. I cleaned it twice. That's what Blue Note said. You should. Is your turntable adjusted correctly? So I had to send him back a note saying, "Hey man, here's my YouTube video with Joe Harley, you fuckers."
Yeah.
You sound like shit.
Wait! You name dropped?
100%, dude. 100%. Yeah. And send a link to the video.
The whole point of the channel.
Name drop and get free shit every once in a while.
Name dropping.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So Marvin, this is really good for making pancakes too.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
What happens if you put an orb record into the orb? Will it blow up?
The world ends. Now, the nice thing about that thing, I mean, Felipe has a record pile, which he's had great success with,
Brandon,
right?
a hologram will shoot out of it of Princess Leia and told you you're your only hope.
That's right.
Do you really get a lot of warped records?
Absolutely.
Chris?
Yes.
Wow.
I only get warped records. That's what
Me
I'm
too.
about.
Yeah. No, I mean, none of them are so warped.
I can't be the
Well,
only
you
one.
probably don't look at them very closely.
I don't
mean,
get many. I hardly buy any new records, so I rarely get warped.
I bought a lot of. I bought a lot of new records.
I send them back, but again, I'll say this again: not enough people are talking about that Club Mozambique. It is awesome.
It is killer. They just put the band together so well in that mix. The two saxes on each side, kind of the back, Grant Green right in the front. It's really good.
If you really like that album, there's a Houston Pearson live album that has a lot of the same people because he's on that, and Grant Green's on his album. That's awesome too, but that's creeping up in price.
Mike's in a Pink Floyd concert.
Okay, I don't have that. You guys,
You have to be a Mac. You have to have a Mac.
Yeah.
I have.
I have a Mac, and I don't know how to make that.
No,
sound.
sometimes Mike does it accidentally when he's showing records.
I think you have to have the M1 chip or better.
Oh, nice.
It's pretty fun.
It's like
Hey,
an
Chris.
echo, it's like an Echo and the Bunnymen show.
Chris, what are your friend prices for flattening some stuff? I got a couple
Free,
records.
free, buddy, free.
Yeah, now that you're
Mike,
on a
Mike
date,
is showing
Now
his
that we're
record.
besties.
Now that
Well,
we're-
I have a couple things to show.
Okay, what were you gonna? Okay.
Maybe Felipe knows this one. I don't know. This was a gift.
Yeah. Great singer, 70s, 80s, 90s. She passed like 2 years ago.
I just got this from my friend Charlie. It was a gift.
Yeah.
So this is, I haven't spun it yet.
She's a big pioneer in samba. Yeah.
Cool. I'm looking forward to it. Also, my friend Donald lent me a couple more records, but I haven't spun them yet. But you guys probably know this one.
Yeah, it's really good.
210er winner.
Actually, I don't have that one yet. That's the one I'm missing.
And then this is an OG of the Rudolph Johnson original.
that is an
Oh,
excellent
nice.
album.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to listening to these later
Yeah,
this week.
Yeah,
both the Rudolph Johnson albums on Black Jazz are great.
I
yeah.
did
Try to
listen-
find the second one. The second one, I like the second one better, but they're both good.
Yeah.
I did listen to a record today that I'm going to get that you guys might know, but I had a budget of 50, and so once I hit 45. But do you guys know the Terry Plumeri record, "He Who Lives in Many Places"? You guys know that one?
No.
So it's Terry Plumeri. It's I listened to it on the listening station. It sounded great. So I'll probably have it next week. But
Did you hide it behind a bunch of shitty records?
no, but I just,
Like, here's a
The
tip:
time-
put them in the Anne Murray section.
Exactly.
it's a big record store, and the jazz just doesn't move that fast there.
Okay.
It's like 25 different. Mazzy knows it. It's Crossroads. There's like 25 different vendors,
On Portland, Crossroads, yeah.
or maybe there's
It's like an
30 different
antique
vendors.
mall of record stores.
Yeah, so there's one. Mike has this one section, and it just doesn't. I just don't think it's gonna go very fast. But the band is Terry Plumeri is the bass player. He plays acoustic bass. But then it's got Herbie Hancock on electric piano and piano, and John Abercrombie on guitar. It's a really good funky record. I'm gonna grab it next time. The cover is really cool. If Mike can throw it up, Mike, you're good at that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's
Show
Terry.
the record one more time?
Here, I'll show
I'm
you.
afraid too many records might go snatch that record from you.
It looks like this.
He doesn't watch the stream. They require interaction with other people.
All right, give me a second.
It's really good.
What's the name of
record now.
I was in between the Prince Lachey and getting this one.
Mm.
But
I'm sorry. What's the name of the record?
He Who Lives in Many Places.
Okay, I got it here.
It's got a really cool cover. It kind of looks like that Robert Longo artist from New York. It might be
being homeless.
All right. So
Actually, I think it might be.
it looks like there's 1975
Yeah. That's
on
it.
Airborne. So that looks like only one copy, or one pressing rather. Have Want is pretty even. $15. Any? You want to see the lineup is, or?
But that's what the lineup
Ben
is.
Gelder on tracks
good.
A and B. Interesting. So they
What?
recorded in 2 places.
Oh, I see.
No, I think
No,
Van
both
Gelder
in Englewood
is,
Cliffs.
no, Van
Oh,
Gelder
maybe
is
this-
A1 to B2.
Who is
Yeah.
Kurt?
You
Whittick?
sunk my battleship.
Interesting.
My battleship.
I don't
Anyway,
see, is it
he's got a
Longo?
credit on this.
I don't see Longo's name there, but is it?
It kind of looks like his drawings, right?
Yeah, totally.
When you guys played Battleship, did you do the voices?
Well,
No.
actually, it's not as movement as
What
Longo.
voices?
It's not as movement like as
No,
Longo.
I know. Longo would have him. The kid would be exploding.
Like this. This is
Here's
a
the
Longo.
artwork. Here. There's the artwork.
Daphne Harden.
Yeah, if
Okay.
it was Longo, he'd be getting punched in the face.
Well, here's a Longo. when you come, this is Longo.
Yeah.
This is Glenn Brocca. I got this at Billy's Salon. Dom told me to get it, and I got it. So it's very good.
Yeah. Heavy, lots of guitar, like 20 guitars.
Yeah. Well, Ronaldo is on it from
Yeah.
Sonic Youth.
What's
and-
going on there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I pulled up Drudge Report.
Does
He
anyone
does when you're talking. He looks at the Drudge Report instead of listening to us. It's hurtful.
No, I was just changing it from Discogs. I didn't realize my screen was sharing still.
I don't know, I'm just fucking with you.
But anyway, that Terry Plumeri was really good. So if you guys see it, check it out.
Who's the drummer? Did we address this?
I can't remember. I just remember it was Herbie Hancock and John Abercrombie, and the Herbie Hancock stuff was really funky and groovy. Fender Rhodes piano stuff. Sounded great.
Mike, where are you getting the Audio Quest stuff? You found the two you have in a store in a shop, right?
Yeah, they had a few of them, and I was going to get them all, and then I was just like, I gotta calm down a little bit. Let me sample these and just grab a couple. So I did that.
When me and Notes and Tones were together, we went down to Orange County, and he found a bunch of the Audio Quests, right, Mike?
Yeah, I mean that was like the first time I had seen them in vinyl, and I don't know how many.
Were they
years.
sealed? Were they sealed copies?
Yeah. I bought
Mine
one
were
for
sealed
20.
too.
I bought one for $20 and sold it for like a lot of money.
Yeah.
Were you all together
Yeah.
biblically, or?
They were kind of in this, this. What did you say? I think this guy didn't know his shit really, and he had all these records in one area hidden, all the Audio Quest stuff.
Yeah.
And Mike goes, "Wow, this stuff is good."
Here's a comment for you, Jasmine's Mike.
The drummer also the drummer is Michael Smith. Mike is doing the I'll wait on the Audio Quest stuff only just buy it tomorrow. Well, I have one in the mail, and there are a few others that I'd like, but they are pricey. They're like
I went through the catalog and I'm like, I like a lot of people, but some of them are $50 to $60.
They're hugely expensive.
So
I the one I picked up is actually a classical. It's a Baroque trio, and it sounds, from the little bit I could sample online on Bandcamp, sounds amazing. So I'm really
Rob, was that Newton that you showed? Was that Audio Quest or not?
Mm-hmm.
And is that one 30 or is that one 50?
Here, I can pull up Audio Quest.
Brendan, I just got it from a guy on eBay who said there's a couple guys who name your price, and I said $20, and he sold it to me for $20.
Which one did you get, Rob? Again?
The one that I bought with you?
No, the one that you showed
I
earlier.
got the James Newton one, the one with the Frida Kahlo picture.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, you showed a different one.
Oh,
Well,
the one I
ordered
got on Gramavision.
That's not on Audio Quest.
Those are not expensive. In fact, I sold a few. You can get those for like under $10.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
And I picked up yesterday. I picked up the solo James Newton on ECM at the Jazz Record Center for $8.
Yeah.
Cool.
You hear that, Louis?
What year was that one? Mike,
Hold
you
on.
think?
Let me see.
I want to know what you. I'm really interested to see what you think about that ECM reissue you bought, Louis. Because I've been thinking about that record, but if it's good, if you like it, I'm not that copy.
Hey, Chris, what do you think of that Isao Suzuki you showed +1?
Oh, it's
Brandon
fine.
is 1982.
82.
Yeah.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
I love that cover.
Yep. Solo flute, alto, and bass flutes.
Look, it's got a thumbs up.
Do you guys want to look at the AudioQuest listings on Discogs?
Sure. As well.
Sure.
Yeah,
Is that the nerdiest thing ever?
Mike, why don't you do a deep dive?
Yeah, so
Hold on.
you can cut it out and make it a video.
AudioQuest.
Here's
What
the
do you
thing.
think about AudioQuest?
I want to use this. So Discogs isn't the greatest to do like a profile, but what I want to show is that if we look at format, they definitely have more CDs that are available. So they're doing CDs too. They're doing SA CDs, 2 cassettes, and then vinyl. So let's look at vinyl.
They're not in operation anymore, right? Or are they?
No.
Well, AudioQuest is, but I don't think.
The label, the record label. I don't know. I don't think so.
So then we can dial it into genre. So they do blues. This is what's available. So obviously, if they're available to purchase, it's not coming up here. So this is imperfect. But they have blues, jazz, and classical. And from what I understand, there's only 2 classical titles. So we can just dive into the jazz.
Would it be easier to just look at Wikipedia instead of what's on sale on Discogs?
I don't think there's like a Wikipedia of this.
Okay.
But we can take a look.
That's fine.
Anyway, I'll just quickly kind of show the variety here. So Tuxedo Cowboy, Women of the Heart. I don't know what that is. Let's see who's playing on this. Deborah Ann, Greg Bishop, and Steve Velez. Cello, flute and vocals, guitar and vocals. So there's another Larry Wills. This one's really cool. So look at this one, guys. Larry Willis with Cecil McBee and Gary Bartz.
What? Yeah, I don't think I have one.
I've seen that
and
record.
Look, it's not cheap, but this might not be the most. This may not be the cheapest one. Terry Evans putting it down. Not familiar with him.
I want that record. That's the one. Okay, Terry Evans. That's produced by Ry Cooder, I think. And Terry Evans and King, those are the guys that sang on those 70s and toured with Ry Cooder for years. Did Ry Cooder?
Let's see.
I want that record. Joaquin Cooder's on it. Ry Cooder produced it.
Yeah, it's got co-producers.
How much is that record?
A lot of money.
So it starts at about $50. Let's see, in the United States, $60.
Come on. I mean, my birthday was last August, guys.
Yeah, that's fine. Birthday was last August.
How did this turn into a concierge buying service for Magic?
No,
so anyway,
I totally forgot about that record about 3 or 4 years ago. Looking for
this.
No,
I'm gonna drop the link if anybody wants to review. We're not gonna review everything.
If anyone wants to buy that out from Mazzy and sell it for double the price.
Hey, I just got $160 for merch out of my channel, so I'm gonna buy it.
Oh, who was done?
Nice.
What?
Hey, where's my merch, Mike? Have we gotten paid yet for merch?
You got to request payment from them, and it comes every month.
It takes a couple of weeks.
It takes a few weeks, and you got to split it 3 ways. I don't.
Yeah, we do. We can make several tens of dollars.
Several dollars.
Several tens.
You'll be a Dallionaire.
You got to do a "fuck you, dude" mug to make it in this world.
Yeah, we got to figure it out. All the cool stuff we made, everybody complains about and threatens to sue us. So,
Naz, I'm going to reach out to you about my tax situation come the new year.
What do I know about taxes? I'm not an accountant.
Well, I don't know what I'm doing with this.
Just because I'm wearing
You look like you know about taxes, though.
Yeah,
not all Jews are accountants, okay, guys?
Wow.
I think the short answer is if you have a YouTube channel, you're selling records. So anything you can buy, you can write off. That's the short answer.
This is also an AudioQuest. This is Benny Wallace, the old songs.
Yeah, that's excellent.
So
I've
tenor
seen
and
that
then
record a few times out and about.
You know, it's crazy that Stormy and Louis went to. I could have spent $1,000 on it. They had some really cool shit in there, which is pretty rare for this area. So,
so look. Oh, sorry.
Do they have the other one with Tommy Flanagan and Eddie Gomez?
Oh,
don't
let
know.
me see. Let me look it up.
Okay, where is it?
Is that, am I spelling his name right?
I believe so.
Oh shit.
Am I spelling that right?
Yeah, that's really that one's
No.
really good too.
Nothing for sale. At least.
well, you can look at just the releases in general, though, right?
I mean, they're $80. Oh, here's one. Never mind.
Yes, you can deduct those in Kurzblackistan, whatever it is.
Kerblapistan, get it right.
Sorry, Loki. Oh man. So Mazzy's getting free records from Blue Note. That's
Yes.
cool. What else is new?
Well, Louis, how's your jazz record collecting going?
Well, I was just looking at my collection, and apparently I am addicted.
Yes.
I don't know. I just really latched onto jazz in the last couple of this last half of this year. So I've got 60.
Record.
I've got 62 jazz records.
This is how it happens.
You're in trouble.
By comparison, I have 82 punk records and a total of 300 records. So
That's Mike's last week.
Yeah. Call me when you've been reported to social services.
Yeah.
Thanks, boys. I bought it.
What'd you buy?
That Terry Evans record.
Oh, cool. Good.
It
Hey,
used half
You-
my merch
Lou-
project of it.
Hey Louis, have you picked up anything recently from Astro?
yeah, I got two from Astral. Let's see if I can find them quickly.
Lou's got the coolest background out of everyone, obviously.
Yeah. You don't need that Macintosh.
Yeah. Now your best
Relax
friends
thing
can maybe
going on.
retrofit your location.
Yes.
I got from Astral Spirits. I got this is the Brody West Quintet, Meadow Dreams.
Oh, that's
It's-
cool.
This has nothing to do with your proximity to them, right, Louis?
It doesn't. I didn't find out that they were in Austin until after I'd already bought some stuff from them.
I have a Roscoe Mitchell record of theirs. That's good.
Yeah, I think
And it's all like they're real committed to free jazz, like in a way that's impressive. Like and this, yeah, this is Obnox, and this is aptly titled because this is free. This is the kind of free jazz that's damn near construction noise.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And it's
At
cool.
least they're honest about it with the title.
Oh, they're not fucking around when it comes to how out there this stuff is. But so because like when I got into it, I wanted to like, I didn't want to just stick around in Blue Note. I wanted to find the ends of everything and go into the deep end a little bit just to sample all this stuff. I was asking, in the early when I was first starting, I even asked Rob for. That's why I have that Council of the Birds or whatever that one is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a great one.
That Steve Reed, the yellow Steve Reed record's really good, and I have Taylor and stuff. And so this is like the fucking modern deep end of free jazz, right? And then that stuff somewhere in the and then all the Blue Note stuff. So that's sort of what I've been doing, and then collecting stuff that's new or modern, but it's still really, I don't know if you'd call it hard bop, but like this Ellen Andrea Wang, she's a bassist.
Oh, cool.
Two of her records, they're friggin' amazing.
Haven't heard of her. That's awesome. What label are those on? The same label?
No. Those are, I just pulled them out because they were adjacent. But yeah, like I don't have an identity yet as a collector, right? You know what I mean? Because I'm forcing myself to listen to a ton of shit, and some of it really, really sticks. Usually I stream it, right? But I won't like live with it streaming. I'll say, okay, I think that's interesting, and then pull the trigger on it. So I invest my time and money into it so that I'll stick with it a little bit.
Yep.
But so far jazz has been the most rewarding part of collecting. And I didn't think that was going to happen.
Well, you know, Louis, we all change. So it's not like you should have an identity when you're collecting.
Well, what I mean is like, I'm perfectly happy to not really know what I'm doing because everything's really new and I'm like really paying attention. And being a middle-aged new collector who, like, you know what I mean? And also a musician it gives me a unique position on it because I have all you guys too. And I can pick who my recommenders are who like routinely don't let me down. And so it's kind of easier for me. You know what I mean? So I can condense a lifetime of everybody else's knowledge into like really, you know, kick-ass little pockets of stuff that I'm discovering. So it's fun.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty much committed to like getting all the blue notes because like they're all great. Like so far, I mean, all of them are worth listening to more than once easily. So I can't imagine that's going to be a bad collection to have of like really nice, you know, reissues of all that stuff, the tone poets and all that stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Before I go, I have one last thing to show. And since Mike showed classical, I can show something a little different.
Is it a Beatles record?
No.
That's not how rules work.
It's ambient avant-garde from the complete Obscure Records box.
It's very obscure.
Yeah, this was Brian Eno's, more or less his label, part of that. They only put 10 records out ever. But some of our friend, Tom Rashawn, who was part of the Los Angeles Free Music Society, avant-garde group in LA in the 70s, but also was a art director at Capitol and Warner Brothers for years, wrote some of the essays on here as well as other people. I only had 4 back in the day. I had the Eno, I had the John Bryant, I had the John Cage, and I forgot which one, and the one with John Adams. I never had the other ones. And I only heard 4 of these today. And there's 1,000 of these pressed, but it has all the, obviously the individual albums that had these really interesting covers. If you look close, the photograph is screened back, because that wasn't original, and they just had the one peeping area of color like this. And they were all wonderfully curated and everything, but this is a cool ass collection. And so Tom kind of pushed me into ordering it. I had ordered from Italy, but 300 copies, no tax, no shipping. So, you know, it's $300, but it's 10 albums with a book and a box set. So if you're into obscure stuff.
Hey, Mazzy, somebody said that teasing you about showing dead records reminded me of something I was bitching about today when I was hanging out with Chris. You don't happen to have a copy of Shakedown Street that you'd sell or don't want?
I don't, but now that I know you want it, I will keep an eye open because
Do you, Rob?
No, I did sell one, but I remember you saying that, so I'll keep my eye
That's
out.
the one that Lowell George produced.
Are they going to repress that or something? There's no reason for it to be as rare as it is.
No, is it going for money? Really?
I think, you know what? My experience is I found a copy for $7. I found a copy for 10 or 15. It goes all over the spectrum.
If I see it, I'll pick it up. I see it cheap. I see it cheap usually.
Because I just buy a reissue of it if there was one.
Yeah, and it's not. It's funny because it's not a great record, but as a deadhead, I get it.
Yeah. See, that's why I don't necessarily care. I just want to. I mean, if I had a choice, I'd want a first pressing, but I don't really care that much.
It should be better since Lowell George produced it. That's my take on it. Because I'm a huge Lowell George Little Feat fan. You know, so.
Yeah, it's not my favorite record, but it's one of the few bands that like I just need to have all of them. I'm like pissed off because I'm not paying $50 for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I met his daughter.
Lowell George's or whose?
Anara.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my mom's neighbor was Elizabeth George, the widow. My mom's neighbor in Topanga, so she used to come over to dinner all the time. This was, many years after he had died. But his daughter was beautiful, and she's really talented.
I'm sure. What a great guitar! What a great slide guitar player.
She has she had a couple bands.
Yeah.
I think it's just Anara George. I think that's what she.
Yeah.
the band was.
Hey, Louie, at some point, inbox me through Instagram of any dead stuff you're looking for. I do come across it once in a while.
I'll have some pictures for Deadheads this weekend on Instagram.
Oh,
keep an eye on it.
I have a
Terrapin
couple,
Station too.
I have some Deadhead records that I'm going to put in my auction for next.
I have a banded promo copy of Terrapin Station because banded for radio play.
That's cool.
That is cool.
Yeah, it's Arista Records.
Yeah, I guess someone's
The
saying
sleeves are
Terrapin
great.
Station comes out next month as a reissue. I'll probably just buy that.
Sound of Minder, are you the label? Wait, who is that? Who
What do
is
you mean?
Sound of Minder?
So Sound of Mind is Tayo. He's Dutch. He was here. I met him today. Went to a record
No,
shopping.
that's someone. My sleeves are great. I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean,
He was saying his world seam split. I think.
oh no, I have no seam splits.
Conversation.
Yeah.
No.
He's
I've only sold 4 of the records since I got the box.
he's like an authority
Came
in
like
the
3 days from Italy.
avant-garde stuff.
What Felipe? He's what?
He's like an authority in the obscure avant-garde stuff. He bought like a pile of records today
Nice.
at the store here.
So we need to have him and Stunty like face off.
Man, I don't know. Yeah, they're both Europeans. One is Dutch, the other one is French. Let's see.
Yeah.
You know, Louis, they're going to put out all the Dead albums are coming out. You know, all anniversary issues and what. So, but that's not till what 78 that came out. It was a 78, I think.
So Maz, if the Dead records are
Big
coming
count.
out, it means that they're resurrecting.
Wait, which one?
He
What?
said,
I'm joking.
I missed it.
he said if the dead records are coming out, they're being resurrected.
It's
So
dentist.
I'm finally in January setting up the P8. I know Ken McAuliffe hates Riga turntables. That's fair. That's fair. But I know you're Riga. I'm finally doing the P8. I'm getting a good deal. I'm getting the Hannah blue.
Montana.
The blue,
Blue.
the big
Okay.
blue. What do you call it? The orangutan blue? What do you call it? I forgot what they're called.
Orangutan blue?
No, it's not the orangutan. I have the reason I have a Hama ML and I have had it for over 3 years and I fucking love it. It's great. So I'm getting the Hannah something blue. What's it called? Anyway,
I don't know.
I'm getting
Is it by Miles Davis, Mazzy?
Is it
No,
kind of
it's not kind of blue.
bluish?
Bluish.
Yeah.
What happens to all your old stuff?
Well, my RP8, my friend the archivist is buying it for me. I'm giving her a good deal, so she's buying mine. Both of them I got as demos. I got the P8 as a demo, so I got the P8 for $1,500. It's a $3,500 turntable.
That's sweet.
The P8 or RP8?
It's because he's Mazzy.
P8. I have an RP8. I'm trading. I'm getting the P8. I have the P8. It's been here for 4 fucking months downstairs.
Yeah.
Still in the box.
Those turntables
no-
are great.
The reason I got it for $1,500 is from the dealer. It had as a demo. There's no box, so that's why I got it. So
Oh, I
cheap.
see.
But I don't. But for $1,500, hardly played.
It is good. Yeah, good deal.
Yeah.
I have a neighbor that has a really who is an audiophile. He has spent a lot of money on a system, and I didn't know that he was an audiophile. So we met at some party or whatever, and he had me over, and we listened to some records on his thing. He's much older than me, and Felipe. I actually thought of Felipe when this guy said this. He was talking to me about his cables. And in sort of the same breath, he was talking about how his audiologist said he can't hear anything over 8 kilohertz. And I was just like, God damn. Like, you know what I mean?
Who's paying for those cables for that?
So I upgraded my cables. I spent good money on cables. The difference is it's not even the highs. I mean, the highs you hear like more extension, it gets clarity.
Sure.
But I would say in the mids, the bass notes, they come so much clearer. And you can position the instrument so much better. And I can tell because it was my system. I didn't change anything, just the cables.
I didn't necessarily think that the cables were associated with his high end or lack of ability to hear it. It was just funny to me to think that, you know, in a completely rectangular room with, you know, there's no hope for any bass response, you know, attenuation. There's no hope for a lot of things.
Yeah.
And then yet I'm standing in $250,000 worth of gear from and someone who isn't a record collector even necessarily. And it was just so strange to me to think about that. And and then being a part of the community and listening to all these conversations. But I thought of you because I know that you understand the physiology of the ear and things like that. And so it was interesting to me.
You know what surprised me once is that my late friend Coleman was here, and he, a musician, had a great ear. He knew when I had my RP8, he says, your turntable's fast. He could hear it running fast then. But we unplugged, he said, unplug your receiver. My receiver was plugged in a strip, of power. We had my receiver and we plugged it directly in the wall. And I couldn't believe we both fucking heard a difference. It's going direct and not in a strip.
Yeah,
it wasn't a crazy expensive strip though, but
yes, it does make, because there's so much crap coming, and if that part of the line is sharing with any other room in your house, there's so much.
Unfortunately, here I share it, but when we renovated our place in San Francisco, I literally had all these walls in the media room or the main room. I had like 3 quads on the row, and each quad, the left and right, were separate circuits in each quad. And that whole thing went directly. It had its own line we had a 200 amp service because of the photo studio downstairs. So it was fucking great. I miss that, If
I have a dedicated line coming in straight from the nuclear plant.
I could do that. The guys would charge me about $1,000 to do it. I don't feel like $600.
Look at this. We got a really nice donation from Noble Bagheera. How
Thanks,
come
Maggie.
Scientologists don't celebrate?
I want my $2.
Apparently, Baggy had a choice: donate to the Jazz Bubs or get a fillet of fish.
What is Roberto? What is he talking about? 180 for Tony Williams. What Tony Williams?
It's a record called Pop Workshop. Amazi is a Swedish band with Tony Williams, like fusion. With Tony Williams on drums. It has like a T-Rex on the cover. It's an amazing record. Roberto still texts me, man, I should have bought it. The record is still sitting at the store.
What year was that?
It's 70s? 70s, yes. It's 150, Roberto. It's not 180. So
what you should do is buy it for 150 and then charge Roberto 200 for it.
That'll be probably. But their record is clear. The Pop Workshop, whoever knows it, it's a great record.
Why didn't you buy it then, man? You should buy it.
What year is it?
I think
Did you hide it in the Anne Murray section?
No, it's in the box by the counter. The box is called Fancy Shit.
Dude, I've hidden records at my record store before at Doc's, Louis.
I always hide records.
That's so low, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had them like it's the worst. Like
again,
if
you want to hold a record that you can't get just yet, you put it in the Anne Murray section. It'll be safe.
When I worked in stores, I remember you'd find a stash. Someone put a stash of like 5 records. They knew you were trying to rip it off, and they hid it behind a plant or something, and they were ready to go.
Trying to steal them or what?
That's why,
totally.
When I opened a record store, no plants.
Oh, people stole records all the time.
Oh, I'm sure. CDs. Remember they had those long boxes to keep you from stealing them back in the day?
Yeah, that's the one. I just posted a link to the.
I had an old lady. I had this really old lady come into the store once and ask me if I had any. What's the guy? No,
Slayer.
No, any of Vince Guaraldi records, and I said, "Yeah, it's in the jazz." I walked her over, and she said, "Oh, that's really nice. I'm his mother." So I thought that was the coolest thing because he lived in the Bay Area. And
then she stole it and ran out of the store.
He had it behind the plant.
How long did you date Vince Guaraldi's mother?
Yeah, exactly.
I said, wah, wah.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen Rob's collection?
No.
You don't want to. I'm telling you.
It's so big.
See, you telling me that makes me want to see it more.
The only one who's seen it really is Chris.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You ever watch Hoarders on the History Channel?
I have, yes.
Well, I actually made some progress, but I do.
Good, man.
I have a way, if I reorganized, it'll look like a normal place again.
The cool thing is when you're trying to get through a room, you can just kind of elbow the records to the side and you make a shape.
Well, listen, I know, Brendan, you're probably into hopscotch. So, no.
How many records do you have right now?
It's divided because I have stuff. And I also need to just clean house from the beginning of collecting when you buy a lot of shitty records.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of excuses. Go on.
Thank you, Ken. Yeah,
Really I probably have about a good 500-600 for sale.
Uh-huh.
And then probably well over 1,000 of just from my own collection.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's total?
There might be a lot more than that. I mean, it's scary how many records are in this.
I think I've got like 3,000 records. You must have more than me.
3,000's a shit ton, man.
Maybe.
I have so many records. I got in the basement and here, and
yeah, well, I'm just in a small apartment. You have a house, so
yeah, exactly.
This is like a therapy group now at this point in Friday.
Well,
night.
it's been a therapy group when you come in here because we have PTSD or whatever it's called. After
Rob, you and I,
Mazzy's the winner, though, right?
Couple. You and I are like a married couple here.
No,
Mazzy, you're the winner, though, right? How many do you have?
Gay Jewish. I'm the winner. What
of number of records? I mean,
he has the most box sets.
It's not a.
I know that it's not a contest.
Don't count out Mike.
It is a contest. This is a contest.
I have about 7,000 albums, and that's collecting not collecting, but buying records for 60 years.
That's how many. I'm not asking to judge. I just am curious.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not.
Here's the one thing that doesn't come through with Mazzy's videos, and here's the thing to respect. He's very tidy, so everything's very well organized.
Yeah.
Nice.
So he does make the best use of the space he has. That's my opinion.
The answer is, they say I can't buy more records. There's always room. You have to rethink how you organize your record. There's always room. If you think you don't have enough, you can reconfigure a shelf, a box, a bin. You can do. There's always
you
fucking
can send them
room.
to me.
Well, there's that too.
9,000, Jeffrey. That's insanity, man. That's a lot.
I like it. Tidy Mazzy. She's tidy.
That's like the fun. That's me too, though, right? That's like the fun part of the fun of collecting anything. You put it on display.
Well, I'm very organized. I'm an organized Virgo. I'm very organized.
That's like the crow gene in all of us, like the shiny rocks. We got to have a big collection of fun.
The worst part is when I do these ranking videos or these big videos is after I have to like namaste, take a break, and put everything away.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. I can't keep them out because some of my videos I edit, do some cutting.
No way, Mark Glassman only has 500.
No, he has. He keeps his record. He sold thousands of records to make his collection only badass shit that he really wants.
I'm sure, but I just feel like every time you mention a record, he's like, "I have the OG."
But he listens to the same records again and again.
He when he says he has it, he includes the ones that he's sold,
which is great.
Okay.
I've got 2,200 in Discogs, but I've probably got another. I don't know.
I'm only 2/3 away with my Discogs complete.
Yeah,
I have
rid of a couple hundred this year.
I have about 1,000, but like
hundreds of CDs too. I don't talk about them.
Oh yeah, well I'm not even counting CDs.
But CDs fit in drawers, which is nice.
Yeah,
I have a cabinet section where all the CDs.
I don't know how many CDs.
I have about 1,000 and probably like 700 are jazz.
CDs aren't really that compact when you think about it because they're twice as wide. They're 2 to 3 times as wide as an LP. And they're
happy. You got to do like notes and tones and throw away the jewel cases, man.
But that's what I did. And
I can't do that. I
couldn't do that.
Yeah, you can. You thought I buy.
I know.
The plastic PVC thing. It's just like an album. You slide it in, and I keep everything in alphabetical order. I just find.
You've seen my wall. I like the wall. I like the.
I know.
Those CD walls pretty fast.
And I have mine in they're in shelving units. It's just you got to make choices.
I can't do that. Maybe because eventually I know they're going to go away, and I just don't. I want them to go intact. I mean, they're like that,
Yeah. No, it's excellent.
Yeah, it's really cool looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks good.
Mazzy, you got to play guitar more, man.
What amps are you?
I just sold the 2 guitars I was selling. I sold them like within 3 days apart. I do play. Not as much as I should, and I do play. But you know what's really funny is listening to this today. I'm a really shitty guitar player, but I like playing. So I want to get some, and I have a drum set because my late friend, his wife, after he died, his wife gave me his drum set, and I used to play a little bit. But I want to get some people around and just do fuck up, noisy, weird shit because I'm not going to play great songs. I don't give a shit about playing songs. I want to make noise and play and record some shit and just have fun. Like weird.
I can be the Yoko for that. Like you remember the clip
I
of
love Yoko.
Barry? Like, you know the famous clip of Chuck Berry where
You're
he's
not in Seattle. Anyone's in Seattle.
Now, do you want to lay on the same bed as Mazzy, Chris, while he's naked?
I can play percussion.
I was planning on everyone being
Mazzy, what type of percussion instruments do you have?
You know,
I have a Gretsch jazz drum set. It's an 18-inch drum. My buddy I grew up with. We both started playing drums, and we wanted to start a band when I was 12. And I quit drums and played guitar, and literally a month later we started a band. And he died a few months before I moved to Seattle 10 years ago. And when I moved here, his wife asked me, "Do you want something from Larry's?" I said, "Well, I'd like to buy his drum set," and she just gave it to me, which is really sweet.
Mike, are you a drummer?
So I have that. I have a cowbell. I have a triangle. I don't have.
I played drums in college too.
Well, I have a drum set,
march?
triangle, bell,
Did you march in
harmonicas,
college?
about 5 or 6 guitars.
What did you play?
Some amps.
Bass
What,
6.
yeah, what amps were you showing?
Bass 6.
I have an AC30, a Vox.
Dude, I couldn't even look over it. It was
I
so
have
big.
I have a Bluesman Junior, but it was a promo because I know this guy Gary, Tom Hanks' partner in Playtone, and they gave one year they gave out these Bluesman amps, and they took the Fender logo off and put Playtone. You know, Tom Hanks' company. So I have that. I have 3 little of the Fender Tweed, the little almost like mini champs.
Yeah.
So,
but like the reissue ones, not.
Yeah, they're from the 90s though. Yeah.
Yeah, the little super champs and stuff.
So
like
let's dive into this drumline shit a little bit. So
There's not much to talk about.
But
I did go to a bowl game, the Insight Bowl in Arizona, because Rutgers. I marched for Rutgers, and Greg Schiano was like his 3rd season with Ray Rice and Brian Leonard, and we had a good season. We got selected for a bowl, so that was kind of cool. And
what year was that?
This would have been like 2007, 2006.
So pre-Big no, that was Big Ten.
Yeah, no, definitely pre-Big Ten.
Okay.
They were in the
Big. We went Big Ten. Rutgers fucking will never win anything.
Right. I marched at Illinois.
So, but anyway, I basically in one of my classes I met one of the snare drummers who was kind of one of the leaders, and I was like, he was watching. This is like early days of YouTube, and he was watching drumming on YouTube in the computer lab. And I was like, oh, I play drums, and that was it. And then I was on the drum line.
Oh, that's
cool. Yeah. I was the snare drummer at Illinois.
Ooh, no. Oh, you must have been good. Snare drumming is. I went to some drum and bugle corps stuff over the summer over here,
good, right?
And I was actually going with that friend that I met there, and just watching the snare drummers in line and just watching how perfect or imperfect they play is just, for me, it's so much more fun to watch than to actually practice 10 hours a day.
It changed my life forever. Like, that's how I learned how to work hard as a human, like as a fucking human being, like to do that.
Now, Mike, were you part of the R, the U,
no,
or the G?
Well, drumline was cool because we played with the marching band, and then we had our own drum line stuff. You get like a little. I don't know, I don't know. It's fun. Honestly, like all
those are always the cooler ones.
Did you guys date all the dancers?
Oh God.
No,
we were treated like fucking rock stars.
That's where I have to jump in. Louis.
The amount of hookups that go on is nuts.
Holy shit! It is
Louis,
yeah,
Louis, because I was a mascot for 2 years, and that's how.
Yeah. Oh my God! Like, dude, even the football team treated us like rock stars. It was awesome. I mean, we worked hard. We were good, but goddamn, it was crazy. After those games, the parties on Saturday night were just like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
There was plenty of days I woke up surprised that I was still alive.
Point being is, Mazzy, outside of drum set, do you have any other percussion instruments? Because I'm an out of time drummer.
Not
at this
real.
point,
I have a
so-
cowbell. I have a triangle.
Perfect.
What other
Shaker? We need a shaker.
I don't have
Wait,
a shaker.
Hold on.
I do have a. I have a cheap ass. I have a cheap ass China made Hofner bass, but no bass amp. But I have.
Well, Mike, he's got some pots and pans and some wooden spoons.
Yeah.
my
I got
buddy
stick.
he has this thing. It's basically like it's like a cube. You
It's
just
a
sit on
cajon.
it. You can like play on the side.
Oh,
Yeah,
That is like the most fun thing to
Matthew's
play.
house is like a 1980s Pringle commercial. He's like popping and
Louis, where did you march?
He already said Illinois.
University of Illinois.
Illinois. Sorry.
he doesn't pay attention.
All like a lot of the Cavaliers and the drum.
This is a cool ass shot because
Okay.
this is from about 1988, and Michelle. This is a Polaroid that Michelle took. Standing about here is Tony Williams. That's Tony Williams's set,
Oh, cool.
and I was just there for when they're doing lighting tests.
Yeah.
I wasn't in the shot with Tony, but Tony was in the room. That's his set. It was, I think, for a drummer magazine or something, or 1988. So
You look so comfortable holding that guitar.
Yeah,
I know.
it looks really bad. Yeah,
It looks
It's a
like
cheesy ass shot.
I said no rhythm.
It's a cheesy ass shot, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's totally.
You look scared to
fucking
death.
I didn't think you could be more white than you were on.
But hey, with Tony Williams there in his drum set,
cool.
oh,
That is
God.
cool.
That's very
That's,
cool.
yeah.
That is cool.
I've
I
seen
have
that
a bunch of those. Was that a 6.7 camera? RB?
She was shooting RB. Yeah, RB.
Yeah, I have a ton of those Polaroids from
Yeah.
that.
She
You
shot
know,
those-
Mazzy, it's
she shot,
already
you know,
developed.
she
You
shot-
don't have to shake it.
Well, in the old days, you'd have to shake it. Brendan knows you'd shake
You
Polaroids.
didn't really have to shake it, but that
No,
was
but
the
people
myth.
did because it was
That
the
was the
illusion
myth.
it would come
Yeah,
up fast,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I think it's been a while.
Polaroid,
She used
even Mr. Land said that does nothing. but
RB,
people did it.
but she also used Signer bronze 4x5s, and
Is that your rock
then
face?
she changed to RZs. She changed to RZs, which she used for years.
Of course.
Oh, man.
Everyone changed to RZs. They were the camera in the
But
90s.
she was she wasn't a Hasselblad. She liked the different form, you know, the
Yeah, rotating back too.
low, and you could do for magazine covers and ads. It wasn't square, you know. You'd have
Yeah, you didn't
You'd
have
have
to
like-
crop as much.
you'd have like two less frames on a 120 roll or whatever.
Yeah, 10 instead of 12.
Yeah.
I still have a Pentax 6.7 that I shoot.
Yeah,
all the time.
Tony Williams was right there. I knew Tony for a number of years because Michelle photographed all his Blue Note albums.
Mr. Land.
From 85, Foreign Intrigue, Angel Street, Native Heart, the Live in Tokyo. In fact, there was, Zev was trying to do through Blue Note a Live in Tokyo expanded Tony Williams live album from 92, and it got put back. And it may never happen. I shouldn't probably say that now, but since it's probably dormant. And then there was a couple others, but he did like 6-7 records for Blue Note. That's with Mulgrew and who else was in that band, Mike?
Oh, God. Listen.
Wallace Roney.
Yeah.
Oh, Wallace, I like him.
Yeah, Wallace
I
Roney.
haven't
Mulgrew.
revealed Wallace
That's when Tony came back and he was composing. So those records are very melodic, you know.
Is it Roney or Ronnie?
I don't know.
I say Ronnie.
Yeah.
I
Well,
thought
it's
it
gonna
was
be
Roney.
hard. He's been dead since 1990s.
Tony's dead, Levin. Sorry.
No, so was Wallace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I have a wild speculation for the Joe Harley announcement in January. So the bums were chatting. We were talking about some things that it could be, and
This is the thing that it's
it could
definitely
be.
not gonna be.
What's that? What?
Is this the wishful thinking that it's definitely not going to be, or something else?
I got
No,
nothing
I
to
feel
do
like
with
when
that.
we spoke. No, I hopefully you guys remember the conversation. I think
don't.
it's possible this could be like a 5,000 series box set. So this the 10 inches. I think that's something
that's
he has
true.
not touched. I don't think. I mean, there's the Hank Mobley on Music Matters that was a 10-inch.
Well, didn't
But
he
there's-
say that they were looking at that when one of our interviews?
Yeah, but that was like very vague.
Yeah, but that's
yes, he
vague
did.
and being vague. Yeah, he said they were looking at the 5,000 stuff. Interesting.
So maybe it's 5,000 series like set
a
of
bunch of
records.
different
That'd be
artists,
amazing. Why am I big?
Because you're talking about this thing. That's why.
Why am I big?
Yeah,
I would love that. 'Cause
I'm going with my extended live at the Village Vanguard of Sonny Rollins.
Sonny Rollins.
Rob, where did you go to school?
I went to actually we competed with Champaign. I went to Virginia Commonwealth University. In our school of our graphic design department, the School of the Arts, it alternated between who was the biggest school of the arts, Illinois Champaign or VCU.
So you were Rodney the fucking Ram?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
I'm telling you, you can make all the jokes you want. I will not take back my experience.
Oh, I'll bet not. No, dude, I know exactly.
Because I actually was friends with a dance squad. I was friends with a lot of dance squad girls, and for assumed reasons. And the guy who did the mascot was a big Jesus freak, and he kind of did a lot of. And he wasn't that great, and I thought I could do a better job, and they dared me. So that's how I did the mascot.
That's a good guess for
Those
Brötzmann.
goddamn Lionettes almost.
Hot
ruined my
girls
life.
daring you to do something is very strong.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Richmond is very much like Austin, Texas. If you could make that comparison.
University of Richmond. I've been to that campus. That is like
there are
freaking
so they're our rival
country club.
And their typical thing is when they chant at games, they go employer, employee.
Yeah.
You know, someone should reissue the on vinyl what's the black and white Mosaic did. They should do the complete on plug nickel on vinyl again.
Oh my god, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, but but here's the funny thing about that. Whenever we talk to people who know more than us, especially I talk to my friend Brad, who owns a record company. They just issued that awesome. I'll grab it. That Art Pepper book. Mike bought it of Live at the Maiden Voyage. It's like 7 discs, and I go vinyl. He goes, "Are you insane? It's 7 CDs. Imagine how many vinyl."
Well, Mosaic did a vinyl
what is
version.
Plug Nickel on? Is that Capitol?
It's Columbia, isn't it?
Which one?
CBS.
Yeah, it's
so
Columbia.
does Blue Note have access to what Mosaic had access to?
No.
What do you mean?
Wait a second. Plug Nickel.
Blue Note said
Blue Note wanted to do the Live at the Plug Nickel. Could they do it?
No, Blue Note couldn't because it's Columbia.
It's Columbia. Now, how did Mosaic do it? How did Mosaic do it then?
They licensed
Blue Note
They
releases
licensed
other
it.
labels. Is my point.
Right.
I'm saying, could this be the Joe Harley announcement? Like, is Plug Nickel something he could have access to?
No, I just don't see Sony giving another.
Okay.
Not
another corporate.
Hold on,
entity
guys. Let's be realistic. What was the last?
No, we're making shit up.
No, hold on. I mean, about Columbia, I feel like they are late to the party with the way they put out stuff. I mean, they put out those shitty Billy Joel boxes, but tell me the last good kind of thing they put together for jazz.
Not for them, but the Miles Davis through VMP Electric was really good.
Yeah, but I'm saying they let people license it. The only don't they own part of music on vinyl? Am I wrong about that?
I don't know.
Because
I agree that they've been a big failure when it comes to the all analog, the thing.
Yeah, I think vinyl, but their Mayo CD box sets, they're amazing.
But the CDs, right? Because that's
I mean, they're never going to do the spines on vinyl. It doesn't make sense actually either. Anyway,
I mean, they let MoFi do all the Miles Davis stuff. They're not doing it themselves,
right? And VMP,
Yeah.
Well, Impex did the Frank Sinatra Columbia stuff, and that was all.
Yeah, but Impex doesn't have the money they don't have the money to do the plug
Well,
nickel.
I'm just saying that Frank Sinatra was all. Well, no, part of it was, and part of it was digital, because there was actually a song that was reconstructed that was never put together on side 2.
You know, they could. I don't think Joe Harley would do a Capitol like Nat Cole thing, like the Steve Hoffman Nat Cole story stuff. That stuff's fucking great. I don't think
so.
All that crap.
Pardon me?
I have all that stuff from Chad. So
Yeah. That's why he wouldn't do that.
You can. I mean, I often stream the plug nickel. It's all on, at least on Apple Music.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the funny thing. You get the plug nickel, and it's about they're playing the same songs several different times.
The wonderful thing, first of all, the CD box is even expensive of that. The CD. I missed on that. I have the sampler. There was a 1 CD or 2 CD sampler of that. But the story, the genius of that is where the rest of the band basically said, "Fuck it, we don't want to play the same shit every night. Let's just do whatever we want." And that's the brilliance of it. And Miles had no idea what they were going to do that night, and look what we got.
That's cool.
Hey,
I
Rob.
think that's cool ass.
Well, do you need to know some mascot secrets, Louis?
I do. I was gonna you're moving a lot of records back and forth. Like, how many records do you clean in a day?
I would say 5 to.
What's your method?
15.
What do you?
5 to 15. If I have like an auction coming up, I'll ramp it up.
Yeah.
But the cool thing is about what I do professionally is I can put music on and listen to it. So I'll clean and listen. And on average, I'm probably bringing in 10 to 15 records into my place a week.
Yeah.
So,
What do you use?
I have the Humming Guru.
And you're cool with it? It's
here's what's funny. I reached out to him. The Humming Guru name came off. I guess maybe they improved the decal, so they sent me a brand new decal to put back on it.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like it's not built for the long haul right now, but it's running fine. I don't know if anyone else has experienced water dripping back into the reservoir area while you pour it in.
I think you have to be careful. I've already replaced my board. They sent me a brand new one for free.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not.
Yeah.
So
I'd say,
if you want to go up to $3,500 for 4,000,
no,
you buy.
I'd
buy
another.
I'd
rather just buy another Humming Guru.
Yeah, you buy 10 of these.
I mean, I've used other people's high-end cleaners, and they are awesome.
Yeah.
But on a consistent basis, that Humming Guru improves a record at least 20%.
Honestly, my friend Charlie has the degritter, and I've compared. They're almost the same thing. It's
I'd say so too. Plus, like you're buying something that's vibrating at 40 kilohertz. It's destroying itself every time you turn it on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No wonder the boards go bad.
On it, it's fine so far. So
yeah,
it'll last for.
Honestly, as long as they keep sending me free boards.
Sure, yeah, exactly. But that's why you don't spend $4,000 on one.
I've cleaned probably 500 records with mine, and I see no issues with it at all. If I can if this thing can get me to like 2,000 records, that'll be
all right. I'm sold.
I'd be stoked. I think I've done
the best bang for your buck.
Yeah,
right?
I bet you I've done 700 records, but I have replaced the board.
Yeah,
it's kind of like
and that might be a defect.
Brandon, you had an early
version of it. Yeah,
I got like the first, very early.
That makes sense.
But they sent me a free board and instructions, and it's
easy now. Let the heavy lifting toss, okay?
Oh, shit. I know my hearing's bad. We're talking about high frequencies or whatever. I turn on the Humming Guru and my kids freak out.
Sexual innuendos.
Yeah, you're not hearing the noise that it's actually making. You're just hearing the
I don't really give a
vibration.
It's mildly annoying, but my kids freak out. Like, that's horrible.
Okay,
I
so
thought my dogs might freak out, but they're fine with it.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. My dog doesn't care either.
Louis, here's what I like about my whole going into this hobby is the progression.
Yeah.
So I did have the DIY one, which I thought worked perfectly great.
Spin clean.
No. The DIY ultrasonic.
Oh, okay.
And I thought that worked fine. In fact, I gave it to Baggy, and Baggy just had a freak out about it. But it was a little loud.
Well,
I keep in my on the counter in my bathroom, and it doesn't make much noise. I don't really notice the noise.
Yeah, I have it in the basement next to the washing machine. So I get so I walk down and I'll throw a record in, and I kind of have a vague idea of how long it takes, for it to finish. And
right,
I started doing
it's like 7 minutes for one cycle or 15 for the long cycle.
Yeah.
Or whatever. So I'll throw it on, and then I get a little exercise going up and down the stairs, and then, but I don't hear it when I'm playing music because it's down in the washroom.
Yeah, I have a very similar setup, and what I've been doing now is for used records, I do the 15-minute, and that's usually fine. And then for new records, I do the 7-minute.
Yeah,
because they're generally kind of clean. So I feel like if I got
brand new record, usually has some dust on it or some
I do the
chemical crap on it, so I just do the half. But if I get a really clean record, I'll just do the short part too. Used. If I get a used record,
where am I going to get this stupid thing?
Louis, I've got a Vivor, like the DIY model that I could sell you for super cheap if you want it.
What is it?
It's so the Vivor, they make it's like a $250 setup. It's like an ultrasonic vat made for whatever, right?
Jewelry or
jewelry or whatever, but it's got a motor and all the attachments to clean like 6 records at a time. Yeah, and it works fine.
You know what, Louis?
Than using the Humming Guru.
Louis, I find, look, the Humming Guru is worth it, and now they ship directly from California, I think.
Yeah, or something.
But I'll tell you this: I think for the experience, get Criss's setup cheap.
Yeah.
And within maybe less than a year, you'll it's a good introduction to cleaning records that way.
Yep.
And then move to the Humming Guru or something like it.
What's nice about the Humming Guru is it's so small.
Yeah.
It's really small.
Small footprint.
Small footprint, easy to set up, easy to use.
But I've compared it to the DeGritter that I've washed a ton of records with, and they're pretty much the same as far as washing quality.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's just the DeGritter has like the timer for you. The DeGritter redoes the water for you, so you don't have to pour it back in, which is nice.
That is nice.
The DeGritter tells you when the water's dirty. The DeGritter has like all these bells and whistles.
Yeah.
The Humming Guru is basically the manual, like poor man's version of the DeGritter. They're the same thing, except it's much more manual.
Yep. But the size of your collection, I mean, seriously, that Vivor would be
the thing is, when I first got the DeGritter, when I first got the Humming Guru, I had a ton of records to wash.
Right.
But at this point now, it's like I'm only washing a few records a week. Instead of when I got it, I was literally washing 20 records a day to clean my collection.
That's what I did.
That's a good point. I mean, the DIY one, I watched a fuck ton of records of that thing, man. Like that 500 record collection I bought, I watched every single one of those records.
I think if I could go back, I'd probably get the Humming Guru for like after I washed like a ton of records.
Yeah.
Have it, but I get like whatever your DIY one is where you can wash 6 at a time. That makes a lot of sense when you're washing, like, because I was literally washing like 20 records a day every day to like clean up.
I think because I know that I'm gonna need a good one, I might as well just get the Humming Guru.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? 450 now?
It's like 420 or so. You order directly from Hong Kong. You think you're spending $6,000, but
shipping from
Hong
US
Kong dollars.
No,
I
it's
think
here
they have
now.
a warehouse in Fontana, which is in LA.
Yeah.
That's where they
It's here
ship
now.
from. Yeah.
Although sometimes I think the parts ship from China.
Yeah,
You know what I could do?
Mine actually shipped from Hong Kong. So
Mine did too.
I could just buy dirty records with money instead, and then continue to not clean my records ever.
Hey, I got through 55 years without cleaning a record. I survived.
Yeah. Roberto, my friend had the Claudio, and that thing broke like it was in the shop constantly.
Well, mixing water and electricity is never a good idea. You know what I mean? Like most of those things break.
I literally just bought a new dishwasher today.
Yeah.
What'd you buy?
Congratulations.
Refrigerators, freezers, dishwashers, anything
Hey.
that's got moving parts, electricity, and water fucking breaks.
Hey, Mike, can you christen it by cooking a turkey in it?
Yeah.
What kind of dishwasher did you get?
I got let me see if I got the receipt here.
Hope it's a quiet one. I have a loud one here.
It's a Bosch
pre-order. What is this shit?
Bosch, it's a Bosch 300 series.
You know,
Like,
in my
decked
Yelp
out.
review,
The line.
of staying with Mazzy, I did complain about the loud dishwasher.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is very loud.
What is this pre-order horse shit?
For what?
For the Humming Guru.
I don't know.
Maybe, well, maybe at Christmas time they have to ramp up again. You
I
know.
don't want to hear that shit, Mazzy.
Oh well, excuse me.
You can wash by
Well,
hand.
I got to run downstairs and add it to my wanker list before I post it.
I have a quiet dishwasher. It's awesome.
Here we go, baby.
I dumped my dishwasher. I have no dishwasher. I dumped it for a wine cooler.
There you go.
You know,
look at this. Look at these.
We had
racks.
and then Felipe just stopped eating.
Is there a section for your records there, Mike? Go back. I think there's a record rack.
Brando, I'm a single person. If I cannot wash my own dishes, I mean, I should be useless, right?
Yes.
You know what? I grew up like we never had a dishwasher until I was like 30.
And dishwashers, if you look at a dishwasher, it's kind of nasty. I don't want
Rob's just pick all these up for us. He drives all the time anyway.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. Hey, I'll be throwing Humming Gurus.
No,
up
I like my dishwasher now. It's a Fisher and Paykel, and I cook because I cook so much.
Oh God!
Do you have the dish drawers?
I had two bad luck. We renovated our house in 2002.
So there's a lower one. But what's awesome is you don't have to bend over because you just
I know. We bought the double
awesome.
Fisher Paykel drawers in New Zealand. We bought those, and we had it. And for 3 years, it leaked. It kept leaking, and we had to go after the company. And then they finally gave us a new one. Then that was I think it was an installer that fucked it up.
That was the karma. See, that's why you don't get warped records.
Right.
You got the bad dishwasher.
Yeah, and they're beautiful looking, and the concept of double drawers.
Ours has never leaked, so
good.
it's awesome.
Well, good. Maybe they're improved now.
This is the worst section of a jazz book.
They're made in New Zealand. They're New Zealand.
No, the labels do not get wet.
Yeah. They don't really get wet. I mean, if they do, it's like
the other problem with the Claudio is the Claudio was always getting like my friend's labels wet, and it was like Blue Notes. So when Blue Notes get wet, original Blue Notes, they bleed. It sucks.
Look, when you have a
wait, is that are you answering that question? Because I'm interested in that question too.
When you have like 12 vinyl community people,
no
you
way.
want a dishwasher.
Good.
Just if you don't overfill the water.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a level thing.
There's a level.
You have to be really.
And don't put the wrong liquid in.
I just use distilled water.
Fill it with bleach.
Distilled water gets all the dirt off. You're fine with that.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I use Turgid Clean sometimes.
I use a tiny bit of surfactant, tiny bit.
I spray it on and wipe it off, and then I put it in the Humming Guru with distilled water and a little bit of alcohol.
It's not hard to know which chemicals will hurt.
I mean, you're putting like 10 drops of surfactant in a gallon or
like photo flow or something as well.
Yeah, it's not. Come on.
It's
Actually, Felipe, do you spray the Raid on the record pre or post wash?
Why does Felipe
only the ones that you sent me, Rob?
Why does he have a can of Raid right by his streaming setup?
For the mosquitoes.
Bed bugs.
I was protecting against today's thumbnail. That Jimmy
using the Humming Guru is easier than making a martini, definitely.
Actually, Felipe told me this privately, and I don't think he minds that I say it now. He hates the Beatles, so he sprays the Raid on any Beatles record.
Yeah. Well, Raid, we need to get John some Raid, so he doesn't have to put all of his covers in the freezer for 2 weeks.
Well, that's not his choice.
Yeah, I know. While using what, Jeff? No drinking alcohol while using what? The Humming Guru?
You could probably be pretty hammered and still use it. It's pretty hard to mess up.
Man, after Amanda and I did that Humming Guru demonstration, our first try at it, and we're
Yeah.
mixing martinis there. I got the shit ass. I mean, he knows it. Email within 10 minutes after that posted from Fremer. Take
He
that
freaked out,
video
dude.
down. Don't
Right.
have alcohol near your machine. You know, chill
What?
out. It was entertainment. He did.
Alcohol near your machine? Is there?
He thought we were riffing on it, and we were shaking alcohol and making a more. You know, it was a riff. If people,
He's afraid you're gonna drink.
Fremer doesn't
he
even
should know. He's got a sense of humor. He always does shtick.
But additionally, Fremer only uses distilled water as well.
I
He
know.
doesn't use any surfactant.
But the reason I used surfactant at that point because of Patrick Pibithal, because
Some of the old guy that puts acid on his records.
I followed his advice, and it actually worked fine. I don't use anything anymore. I just use distilled water now. But
I just pee on them.
And in those days, the Smithsonian and the whole archive in Washington D.C. used to use a surfactant when they clean records. You know.
No, it's surfactant. Like photo flow is the old thing that people have been using forever.
Il photo.
I don't understand these types of debates where the answer is something you can actually know.
Well,
you know what I mean?
But you know, you can't tell. It's like it's one of those double negative blinds.
You're not going to be able to convince me that we as a species do not know whether a chemical or whether it does or doesn't hurt.
No, but here's the thing.
As much as you clean your record,
this is truth, and this is if you use too much surfactant, it will leave a film buildup.
Okay, fine. That's fine.
So
but that's also something we can know.
The right amount.
Right.
Sure. So
but all you do, all right. When I use a surfactant, all right, I run it through, then I take it off, and then I rinse it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Brandon, you know this,
and you vacuum it dry. That's it.
Brandon knows this because when you develop film, the whole idea is you have water droplets on film, and the worst thing for film is water droplets. And when you're printing and making stuff, and that takes the film off. It dries it, ease it flat in a way, or whatever. I don't know what you call it.
So you're using like
Mike,
1 millimeter to 200 millimeters is the amount of photo flow you use, which is a very small, 0.5%, right? That's what you use. But if you use too much, it will actually leave a bunch of crap on the film.
Yeah, sure.
Same as the record. So it's making sure you follow the directions and use the right amount.
Yeah.
And then it will make the water bead off, and everything will be great.
Yeah. Hold on.
Bead off.
Just a quick question for Mike. Do you use
Bead
ultrasonic?
Bead off.
Did you use the ultrasonic and a vacuum?
This is what I do. All right. So I have my whatever half-gallon jar or whatever, and there are 10 droplets of surfactant in it. Then I pour whatever the proper amount is into the Humming Guru. I run the record through there. Then when it finishes that process, I take it out. I spray it with water. Then I vacuum it clean.
Holy shit!
That's an extra step, isn't it?
Vacuuming.
Yeah, but I mean, you get the surfactant. If I'm going to use the surfactant, especially when I buy used
you're sure
records,
that it's getting off there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I want to get it off there. If it's a new record, then I won't use. If I'm cleaning new records, I won't use the surfactant.
Listen,
Patrick has 2 Humming Gurus, one with solution that he makes, and then one for rinse.
I should have ordered a second.
I have that.
I should have ordered a second little water tank to keep a regular.
Yeah, I do want to do that because the worst part of that Humming Guru is the thing that holds the filter. Mine's already kind of broken-y, but the only problem is you have to buy a whole new reserve tank. They don't sell that piece individually. And the other thing, Louis, is when you go to the barber, that blue liquid they put the combs in.
Yeah,
that's a good.
When you run out of those foam things, do you use tampons instead in there?
You're being funny, Mazzy, but
it's very Texas Dave joke.
That you could. Here's what I did. I go to Amazon and I bought a big giant thing of
aquarium filters.
Yeah, and I cut them into shapes. And that was so
like fun shapes like dinosaurs.
No, the shapes that fit in the filter,
like a penis and a vagina and all kinds of shapes.
Yeah, I did one as Mazzy, and I do little puppet shows.
Is that where Alex Dickey went to live?
Oh shit,
he's a quitter.
I wish he would come back. I loved Alex. He was awesome on our show when he joined us that one time.
Yeah. Anyway, I was going to leave when I showed this. Now I'm really leaving. So I'll see you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
go edit my wanker video. So
I
Good
want to
catching
listen
up,
to a
Mazzy.
record
I'll
before-
listen to this and see if it's any good.
nice seeing you guys. Thank you.
See you, bud.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah,
Now that you're friends
today.
with Chris, it's okay.
I'll see you guys later. I'll tell you how all these are, but you probably know 90% of them.
Wow.
Have you guys heard this one?
No.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
It is
Great.
awesome record.
I have that one.
Okay, cool.
That's a great Kenny Wheeler.
Yeah, and Keith Jarrett.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
All right, cool. Well, that's what I'm doing.
All right.
Bye, guys.
See you, Louis.
I don't think a tampon would be a good filter. It would just swell up, wouldn't it?
No, you know what, Roberto? Make a YouTube video of how many uses for a tampon, please.
True.
At least 10 to 20.
No, don't do that.
Where did Felipe go?
He left and he's going to
Spray
yell at us.
raid all over his house.
We kick him out later, probably. I don't know. If he comes back, I'll let him back into the show. That's who we left.
Are you up for a 9-hour stream there tonight, Chris?
Maybe. I only had one bottle of wine and I'm out of wine now, so I doubt 9 hours is going to happen, especially with that board in here. But if we wait, Michael 45 will show up about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Well,
Later, Anthony.
See you
Later, Anthony.
But back to the record flattener, man. That thing has really impressed me. I mean, I had
How
the
long
ones
does it?
that show, but
Because it heats up super slow, right?
Right.
So what's the total time for a record, or does it have different times for different
for
warps?
this one it's just 4 hours straight up, 4 hours
Yeah.
with a low, medium, or high temperature setting. That's it.
Is that the one that InGroove has?
He either has that or there's another one that's similar called starts with the F. I don't remember what's frittata.
Have you tried making meringues on top while it's
No.
doing?
It doesn't even get hot on top at all. Like when it's going, you can put your hand on it. It's barely even warm. Works really good.
I think you should charge $1 record service until you do 1,600 records.
I like that. I'm gonna charge like $5 a piece.
Yeah, $1.
$1. Fuck that, dude. 4 hours of my time.
Well,
4 hours? That's a
how much
$5
Chris thinks
job.
of all of you, then, guys.
Huh? Maybe I can do like
Well,
10
medium L is gonna tack on at least 450, right?
You know, I don't charge my records at a good 130.
Now we're at $10 per record, basically.
If someone had a guaranteed flattener place, I'd definitely pay $10 to have a record flat.
Well, it can't be guaranteed.
I mean, it depends how the worth.
I don't get that many warped records.
I don't
I'm
either,
not-
but occasionally
But
there's one
how
that's
many
cheap
not-
because it's warped.
How many not truly flat records do you get? Though?
Right, exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like these warps I talk about are like the needles
There's
flying off the record or anything, but you know.
There are probably slight warps.
Have you
to the
tried
record.
lip warp? People say lip warps don't come out. Have you tried yet, Chris? Or a lip warp?
No, but I've got a so I'm gonna do a video, but I've flattened like 10 records, and they've been different, right? Like the ones I got from Chad for that Mingus, they were dish warp, but they were also wavy. Like one of them, it was just like really fucking weird, and it flattened out just fine. I've got a record. I need to find it. I was looking for it the other day, yesterday, and I haven't found it yet. I don't remember what it is, but it's like what was that record that that Fred put out on Sam Records? It's like super expensive now. Look at Donald Byrd.
The Donald
yeah.
Byrd transition.
Yeah. So it's not that. But there's another record that's a really hard to find record that has a similar cover, and I have a copy of it. It's got a really fucked up lip warp on it, so I'm gonna try it. I just gotta find it. I'm gonna try to put it in there. And I saw a guy that there's not much info for that flattener. It's weird, as far as like YouTube videos. But I saw a guy that was doing more complicated, warps, and he was doing it on a low setting a couple of times, and then kind of working it up to, medium or high, whatever it took. So I'm gonna try that with that one because I listen to the music. It's fine. It's not my thing really. So if I could sell that for, $80, that'd be cool. So the other thing that I've realized already though is
that the
like,
same flattener that Esposito uses at the InGroove? Does he have like a row of those?
He's either got that or there's another one that starts with an F. I can't remember. That's very similar. So But the other thing that's cool is like I'm gonna pay for the thing. I mean, if I keep getting flat or warped records, because like Vinyl Me Please, if you get a warped record for them and you bitch about it, they'll send you a whole nother copy, which is what Felipe's done a couple of times, right? And then you can flatten them and just, auction off the extra copy you have or put it on Discogs or whatever. So, and the same thing with like Amazon. I've found instead of returning a record, if you talk to their bot and get a hold of a representative, you can get a 25% discount on a warped record pretty easily from them. So, it'll eventually pay for itself. But like I said, I'm planning $400 worth of records already.
I think I'm gonna exit so I can listen to a record before bedtime.
Yeah, I got this.
So,
you want to end it? You guys?
No, yeah, I've got some stuff to listen to too.
All right.
I have a Jersey Mike's fridge waiting for me.
Oh, jeez.
I
I understand if. Let me give you a little tip there on those Jersey Mike subs, Mike.
Uh-huh.
And I know you're from Jersey, and you know your name is Mike. On the low setting in your dishwasher, just for 5 minutes.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
One interesting matters question. Why would you always use the high setting? So the high setting, I mean, like the manufacturer recommends you not use that unless there's nothing else to be done. Basically, there's potential that you could harm the grooves.
Yeah,
I guess, at that point.
Basically, squish the grooves together.
Right.
Melt them together, basically.
Now, what's interesting about it, though, it doesn't heat up the whole record. It only heats up the outer part of the record and the label part. So it doesn't really heat up the grooves that much.
I think since Chris mentioned this, I'm going to listen to this.
Yeah.
I only listened to it once, and I'm going to listen to see if I truly want to keep it.
Yeah.
I'm going to listen to that, even though I got a bunch of brand new records. I could be listening to records for a million years.
Art Farmer and Benny Golson weren't Jazz Tet, right?
They are the Jazz Tet.
Yeah. And Curtis
Fuller. That's like that might be the reunion of them. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
What year was
if you
this?
don't like that, Rob, throw it in my pile.
That was 80. What the constant?
This is 1986.
Yeah.
On Contemporary? What's that on?
Yeah,
Contemporary. It's still in the shrink.
If you like you need to get the Argo ones, Mike. If you like,
I have the Argo. I have the Argo.
I have a bunch of Jazz Tet. I feel like
This is the original one.
Yeah.
They're very second tier jazz messengers to me.
No, that's fine.
No,
they're not.
That's the most ridiculous thing ever. And also, those Curtis Fuller records on Savoy are essentially Jazz Tet records.
But where they
unbelievable,
where they took that photo, and the one that Rob held up, that is the park where the location of the first ever Shake Shack is.
Yeah.
You can walk right over there.
Yeah, it's not far from whatever, right?
Yeah,
Where the ball dropped.
Yeah.
Did you, Mike? There used to be a video store, game store like Cheapo across the street. I used to go every time I went to New York. I went in there and bought DVDs.
Nothing is cheapo at Madison Square Park anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
I mean,
what's the request, Roberto? Like, I've got your large text here. What's the request?
You've been asking questions nonstop.
Roberto
it's
does
getting
this.
annoying.
He's done this before.
Has he?
Yes.
I like to think of Roberto as my own little personal troll.
Is that like a warning message, and then the questions coming?
Yeah.
Well, speaking of Jazz Tet, there's on Argo, there's the Jazz Tet at Birdhouse, which is a really cool cover.
I have that.
I streamed that, and I didn't think it sounded like it was that well recorded.
That first one's good. The Beach of Jazz Tet's good.
Oh yeah. Okay. So this is the first one. I have a mono
check out
copy
the
of
band.
it.
The band's check out the band.
Yeah, McCoy Tyner's on piano.
Yeah.
So Addison Farmer and Art Farmer, so the brothers, Benny Golson, Curtis Fuller, and McCoy Tyner. Lex Humphreys drums.
And I like the John Lewis one also. I really like that.
Yeah, go back. We're deep diving now, bro.
Where's the John Lewis one?
The jazz.
What does the Big City Sounds look like? What is that one? I don't think I've seen that one.
This one has a cool cover.
Oh, I have that. Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah,
Pull up-
I have that
pull
one.
up-
I need this
Pull up
one.
the Jazz Tep versus Godzilla. I like that one.
There you.
This is the John Lewis one.
I have
Yeah.
that one too. Shit. I got a
Yeah.
bunch of set records. They're great, man. They're fucking awesome.
This is the one I didn't think sounded so good.
What's for live recording? I mean,
I have a
Peter
Spanish
Walton.
copy of that.
Look at this group.
I would like to have that. That'd be cool.
Tom McIntosh replaces Curtis Fuller.
Mm-hmm.
Roberto, all of them.
Click on the next one.
I actually. Okay.
I have that one.
Why are you skipping forward, man?
Hey,
Well,
listen,
hold
I'm
on.
making you money. Highlight Roberto's comment. He paid
That
$5.
one on School Note, you can
That's
get
pretty
really.
Okay,
a really
here's
good
the
deal
one,
on.
Roberto. Here's the one you get. ECM reissued.
That
two
one's good.
ECM reissued 2 Verve
Yeah, man.
records from the early '60s.
Okay.
I think it's still in print. I think ECM's caught up with the pressing delayed from
look at that.
COVID. Go
Look at
go
that.
get that one.
That looks
Jimmy
good.
Jimmy Jufrey, 1961, right? On
Mm.
Mike,
ECM,
didn't you pick,
2 records.
Mike,
This is
didn't you pick
cheap,
this
too.
up when you went to like Tulane or something? Didn't you pick this up on your college tour with your daughter?
No, I can't remember what I picked up then, but I didn't pick up. I might have picked up I think I picked up the other one if I picked
Okay.
up one. Yeah, but that one I had.
Oh,
for
good,
you.
man. I have this
Another
one too.
get together. Look at that. Let's see
That was
who's
good.
on this one. Look at that. They got Crutch and
Harold
Encore.
Neighbor, dude. Yeah. Yeah.
And Harold Neighbor.
Which record is
badass.
that one?
Another get together. Voice is all.
Don't have
This
that.
is on
I've never seen that one
Is that a
actually.
milestone?
Fuller, Cedar Walton. What year is this? 82. Tokyo.
Oh.
So they took a big old break, man, because that
Which
last
one?
one was what, 60s?
Yeah, I mean,
61? Yeah.
One on Electra, which is Mike Wolf, John B. Williams, Roy McCurdy.
John B. Williams. Oh god.
They were the same fucking group, really.
And then we looked at Moment to Moment at a cool cover.
Yeah.
That's on
Yeah, I
Soul
have
Mode,
that one.
which is also awesome.
And that one's really cheap. You can get that Soul Note cheap.
Yeah, you can.
You got this one, Nostalgia.
I don't remember that one.
Rufus Reed on bass though, and Billy Hart drums. Look at that.
Oh, looks cool.
Back to so then the last two. This is what we just saw. So Back to
Yeah.
the City.
I have that
Yeah.
one.
The original 3. Mickey Tucker, Ray Drummond, and well, I guess Albert Heath is probably he's passed away at this point.
No, he's still alive. He's probably the last Heath brother still alive.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, I saw him
Apologies,
right
Albert.
before the pandemic.
Come here.
Because Jimmy died only 2 years ago, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's like in every like jazz documentary,
Mhm.
right? Well, not everyone, but the ones I've seen. So
He was like 92 years old or something like
yeah.
that.
Oh,
and I
I've
have
seen-
this one too.
Yeah, I might have
look at
that.
that. Look at that.
I have
Cool.
that.
So this has same group. It looks like
Yeah.
actually drummer looks different.
Remember?
And the reviews. Let's see. Scott Yano.
Next favorite guy.
Yeah.
See what Yano thinks about this. highly recommended disc. Near classic. All right. Good stuff.
Yeah, even the blind squirrel gets a nut. Yeah.
All right, guys. Should we end it there?
Yeah.
Yeah, my dogs are going crazy.
All right, cool. I need more jazz on Argo. I think I'm gonna look at that stuff. And that
More
that Soul
Argo.
Note.
More Argo.
The Soul Note looks cool too.
Yeah, get some more.
All right, guys.
All right, see you guys.
All right, man.
You guys.
Deal.
Later.